Hey everyone, welcome to Fiction Quest. Today, we're bringing you an incredible new movie on what if Naruto is brought up and raised among the ranks of the Akatsuki. Don't forget to subscribe and like this video before we begin. Let's get into the story. Molded, dusty, dirty, and overgrown with old musty moss. Toppled and dilapidated homes that seemed to have been abandoned years ago. Shinigami's Pass had earned its name admirably. There was little to no light. The winding path stretched a good 30 miles east into one of the Wave Country's border cities, with houses dotting the sides of the road at random intervals. There were abandoned carriages, abandoned clothing, family portraits, numerous items belonging to dead families littered the ground. The place was a breeding spot for bandits and renegade ninjas to take up camp. Winter was coming and the Wave Country would have to prepare itself for another furious winter. The wind suddenly picked up to an almost banshee-like shrill, but it does nothing to the two silent travelers walking the dangerous path. Their outfits are completely similar. Brown straw jingasa sunk over the eyes, providing no visual recognition. Eerie black cloaks with beautiful designs of blood-red clouds that would tip off anyone with the knowledge that these people are not to be trifled with. The taller one lifts his head, the moon casting shadows over his face, and mumbles something to his silent companion who nods his head in understanding. Tilting his head right, as if listening for something, the smaller figure nods and suddenly vanishes, leaving nothing but the slight rustle of leaves in his wake. Continuing on in his silent walk, the wind, after having died down momentarily, picks up again and the lone figure shakes his head in what appears to be annoyance. He hated coming here. Too many memories he wanted to forget always seemed to come alive at their own accordance when he stepped foot in this country. It was almost ironic that his bloodline allowed him the control of water, because his life seemingly resembled some sort of typhoon. I took nothing but a blink of an eye and his youth had quickly transformed from a happy story to some disfigured nightmare. During his teens years he thought he finally could relax, but he was provided no such luxury. His mentor and father figure had been caught trying to plot the downfall of the Mizukage and been executed. There was no trauma similar to when his mother was killed by his father. There was no blackout or need for revenge because someone else he loved was taken from him. No, he simply got up the next day and continued on, slowly drifting through life again. Quickly rising through the ranks, garnering praise for his genius mind and powerful bloodline held a slight appeal for a time, but after the glow of accomplishment fell he felt nothing but complete and total disregard for his own life. His awakening, his salvation came in the form of an energetic, spiky blonde-haired boy and his quiet, beautiful strawberry blonde-haired companion. Now 4 years later he wondered how long until fate decided to test him once again. How long before his happiness would be washed away in a tidal wave of pain and lose. "You're starting to depress me now." The voice so close to his back snaps him out of his reverie, but no attack is launched. There is no need because he knows that voice as if it came from his own mouth. Is everything as it should be? The figure tips his jingasa up, revealing sparkling blue orbs and a grin that somehow would signal trouble for anyone not in the know. "Haku, we got to work on your speech patterns, man. You sound almost worse than Itachi-san. What's wrong with simply saying, 'Is everything okay?'" Haku smiled at his partner. His presence was something similar to the rising sun at dawn. His joy of life and will to enjoy everything in it was infectious, smothering and dissipating any self-imposed dark clouds as if they were some sort of phantom dream. He could almost understand Nariko's oftentimes smothering reliance on him. "Naruto-kun, have you ever thought that maybe you need to change?" The smile vanished, switching to pursed lips and a frown. Haku could clearly see every one of his thought processes. First came the shock, which featured eyes round as saucers with his eyebrows almost touching his hairline. Followed by a brief flickering of anger, and if everybody knew one thing it was Naruto could do anger. And then to finish it off, a bit of contemplation and arguably one of the greatest poker faces of all time. Haku arches one perfectly groomed eyebrow after several seconds of silence and Naruto shrugs his shoulders in deference. A habit he knew drove a lot of people up the wall, but one he somehow couldn't or really didn't bother to break. "What's the use of changing now? I like how I am." And that was it. The answer was so Naruto. Haku didn't bother pointing out the numerous flaws that always came with that answer. Instead he focused his attention back on the road, his sharp eyes instantly picking up a lone figure making a straight line toward their position. "It's them. I saw them a few miles back. Why didn't you get it then instead of waiting? A slight pause followed, then a shrug was his only answer, and Haku resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Dusting a slight film of dust from his cloak, he readjusted the jingasa into its original position and turned toward the contact. Naruto got the point and followed the same motions as his now silent partner. One thing the Akatsuki had going for them was the whole mystique behind the organization. No one knew them by name and very few even knew they existed. They wanted something. They came to you, not the other way around. They were inducing fear by merely staying quiet, remaining off the radar of the commoners. That's why even he knew when to cut the crap and get to business. The Akatsuki didn't cater to screw-ups and slackers. When you were assembled from the best of the best, failure was not an option, hell it shouldn't even be in your vocabulary. So as the band of renegade ninja made their way down the road, Naruto contemplated frying them with one big jutsu and getting it over with. They'd been out here far too long and he wanted to take his ass home. Don't even think about. Haku's words were left on the wind as Naruto was already streaking toward the unsuspecting group. If you asked him, he would say he was far from evil. Maybe his morals weren't as upstanding as some, but currently he had no plans on world domination like some of his colleagues. If anything, Naruto was as blasé as him on certain subjects. His only concerns were to fight strong opponents and protect his friends. But for some reason the picture of Naruto descending upon the group like some phantom demon was always somehow disconcerting. Seconds later Naruto stood up, disregarding the many bodies lying at his feet, and turned toward the one surviving figure. Normally he would leave Haku to handle the diplomatic part of negotiations, saving his time and energy for the more hands-on part if needed, but the dreary atmosphere, horrible weather, and lousy ramen he was constantly served had chipped away at the little bit of patience he had. Do you have the papers? The man was nodding his head so hard Naruto wondered if it was possible for his neck to snap and pop his head right off. They watched almost impassively as the man reached up across his shoulder, undoing the latches, and brought the huge scroll forward for inspection. Taking it, Haku unrolled the oversized scroll and quickly scrolled through its contents, trying to find any discrepancies. Every country wrote and kept Junin and Kage-level documents, particularly forbidden scrolls in a certain code original to that village or country. He himself had been Junin before his defection, allowing him a certain security rank, and could make out only about 50% of the message. He hated it, but it seemed as if he would have to get Kisame's assistance in translating the rest of the scroll's contents. Rolling the scroll up, he attached the latches and swung it around, placing it firmly on his back. Returning his attention to the man once more, Haku nodded his head in thanks. We are pleased with your assistance. Hopefully we can meet in far more hospitable scenery next time. Naruto blew out a sigh of frustration when the man continued his bobblehead impression. He had to admit that they were more than a little lucky to have run into the man. Tired of being the group's lapdog, it had taken nothing but a good-sized payment to buy his services. One well-thought-out plan, a betrayal later, and here they stood. He didn't hide the fact that he wanted to choke the coward on the spot. Look, whatever your name is, you better hurry up and get out of here. My patience has been gone and you could easily end up like your friends. No sooner than the words left his mouth, the man was racing up the path, stumbling over various forms of shrubbery and debris in his haste to escape what he figured to be his death. The sight almost made up for the crappy weather they endured to get the damn scroll in the first place. You know, you could have simply said goodbye and been rid of him just as well. Naruto looked at his friend and smiled, his fingers interlaced in front of his face, making him look like some diabolical evil genius or supreme prankster depending on your view. What would have been the fun in that? Any look of exasperation would have been wasted on the likes of Uzumaki Naruto, so Haku settled on shaking his head while turning around and heading toward meeting the others. Trust Naruto to drag some form of entertainment out of something so mundane as information retrieval. Can you say anything about the scroll yet? While he continued walking, Haku scrambled his head for anything he could say out in the open, something non-threatening. The parts he were able to decipher were far outnumbered by the parts he couldn't. The scroll was mostly made up of a lot of political jargon that didn't interest any of them in the least. Nothing except the mention of Orochimaru and his activities of late caught his eye. A lot of the information was stuff they already knew more than enough about, but the mention of Konoha in conjunction with his name was interesting. It seems that an old friend of yours is causing trouble again. He knew so many dangerous people that it was kind of hard for him to pinpoint any one particular person that was worth the Hidden Mist's notice, but Haku said an old friend, which he didn't have too many of. Cycling through his mental index, he quickly crossed off several names of the list before coming to two in particular. Gaara had been pretty quiet as of late, but it was almost ridiculous to bring his name up. Psychotic tendencies aside, Gaara was if anything loyal to a fault. The attack on Konoha and subsequent missions proved that. If he was planning something with the Hidden Mist, then it wouldn't be from his doing. Though he managed to surprise him once or twice, Gaara was a soldier, an extremely dangerous one, but a soldier nonetheless. He could care less for politics and takeovers. Naruto sometimes wondered if being damn near unstoppable did that to a person, gave them a legitimate reason not to give a damn. The next person seemingly posed less of a danger now, but he wasn't one to be trifled with either. His attack on Konoha robbed him of his hands, but what Orochimaru lacked in his own strength he more than made up for with his recruiting tactics. 4 years after his failed invasion, the Hidden Sound are almost as strong as they once were. It was a testament to the man's silver tongue, luring the most powerful missing nin to his side when they needed shelter from constant pursuit. The screwed up part was that nobody did a damn thing to stop the man. No assignations, no attempts at lowering his strength. It was almost as if everybody was scared of him, but he despised the Sannin with everything in him and planned on being in attendance when one of them put him down. "It's Orochimaru, right?" A nod was his answer, and he quelled the sudden surge of anger, trying desperately to gain release. The Kyuubi was not too pleased with that nugget of information. "Damn fox, shut the hell up and stay back. What the hell is he up to now?" Haku let out a sigh, irritation clearly clouding his tone. "I can't make out the most important part of the scroll, but from what I can read it seems our former ally has his eyes set on Konoha for some reason or the other. The Mist merely want him to return their ninja. They want no affiliation with him, even if it is their criminals and escapees." Naruto could seize where this was going already. Orochimaru was anything but stupid, and missing nin from other countries carried secrets they surely didn't want the S-ranked criminal to have. Let me guess, he told them to shove it where the sun don't shine. Haku smiled at his crude but effective view of the situation. It did seem as if Orochimaru had been waiting for something to happen. 4 years of quietly building up his forces, and suddenly he was preparing to start up trouble again. In the way they did things, this really wasn't any of their business. He left for his own reasons. Jealousy, Naruto had told him, and the fact that nobody was given orders to terminate him told him loud and clear that he was of no concern to the higher-ups. Now he wondered if maybe that was the smart thing to do, because if Orochimaru conquered Konoha, he would take personal pleasure in trying to wipe the Akatsuki from the face of the earth. "We need to convene with the rest of the group, quickly." The urgency in Haku's voice was the only indication he needed on how serious the situation was. His friend would have made a very nice life living as a seer. His premonitions were rarely if ever wrong, saving their hide countless times. Naruto smirked. Too bad they were always about something life-threatening, and Orochimaru was more life-threatening, having your sister tongue kiss Kisame. He was slouching in his chair again, and even the unholy glare of Itachi could do nothing to make him move from his relaxed position. He was comfortable, posture be damned. "When do you think they'll be finished?" Itachi merely shook his head. "It will be a while until they finish. The scroll carried more information than we anticipated." Naruto nodded, continuing his game of trying to catalog the number of facial muscles Itachi used in one sentence. Right now the highest number was 2, maybe 4 if his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. He honestly didn't know you could talk without moving your lips. Just another amazing talent Itachi could do. He had to learn. "When will you grow tired of staring?" Naruto started to shrug his shoulders before quickly catching himself. He glanced in the direction of his too quiet mentor and let out a sigh. The man hated it when acted like he didn't have a care in the world when in reality he didn't. The painted nails and expensive clothing wasn't just for show. They were treated like royalty. They lived in a mansion. No mansion was too small of a description, you could call it a small fortress with its own little security force. Waited on hand and foot by servants paid for and trained by their employers, served the finest dishes almost nightly. If one wanted crab from the Kurigakure one night and elk from Konoha the next, well, your wish was their command. The training complex was large enough to house an army, a necessity when you worked with massive ego-packing criminals powerful enough to destroy half a city. They stayed on an island in the middle of nowhere for goodness sake. So what did he have to worry about? He did his job damn well if you asked him, but if it was up to Itachi, plenty. If he knew the man well enough, he knew he could hold the Uchiha in account for all the missions he'd been getting lately. The man was the most uptight sensei in history. He didn't need any evidence to counter the statement, he just knew. We have time to burn. Instead of sitting around collecting dust, I suggest we head outside. The horror he felt swelling up inside must have spread across his face because he watched the side of Itachi's lips crinkle, the closest he would come to a smile. He was somewhat glad that Itachi, boring and dull as he was, had something resembling a sense of humor, otherwise he would have all the characteristics of bird shit, but at that moment he couldn't tell if he was joking or not. Closing his eyes, he sent a prayer to whatever god had been watching him over the years, asking for some kind of miracle because Itachi and training were two things he couldn't handle right now. Naruto-kun, when did you get in? If luck was just you, Naruto had no doubt he'd be the most powerful ninja ever. Not only was he going to be saved from the wrath of Itachi, but he was being saved by his own personal angel. Nariko-chan, I was looking for you. The look she gave him let him know she knew he was lying, and just like 1,000 times before she caught his unheard signal. She looked from him to Itachi, and then did once again when something clicked. Leveling a look at the blonde, she shook her head, already coming to some sort of conclusion. I didn't do anything. She ignored him and turned toward Itachi. He would have gotten angry if she wasn't saving his behind. Itachi's-san, you don't mind if I have your student for a while, do you? Keeping his gaze locked with his young charge, Itachi seriously considered refusing before acquiescing and giving his answer. Naruto-kun and I can continue this later on, tonight. The sudden paleness on his face let him know he got the point. I will return when they are finished. Until then, Nariko-san, I leave him to you. When he was sure Itachi was well out of visual range, he frowned, managing to slouch himself in the chair even further. What did it take to get a break around here? One day it was going to be the both of them, in the argument of the ages, and only one of them was going to be able to walk away. It seems that I came at good time. What did you get yourself into this time? The sound of her laughter pulled him from his thoughts, and he didn't bother trying to erase the smile off his face. Hattori Nariko, the first of Kumogakure's experimental Dengeki bloodline shinobi, the Lightning Country's #1 kunoichi and S-ranked felon, born genius and all-around hottie. Yes, Naruto could honestly say Nariko had it all. In 8 years he hadn't seen anyone except Itachi beat her, and recently she was getting awfully close to getting one on his mentor. Her waist-length strawberry blonde hair was drawn into an elaborate ponytail he knew she spent a good amount of time on, she always did. It had been a month he'd seen her, and from what he could tell she was still unblemished. It was an unspoken testament to her skill that very few people have even laid a hand on her. Sharp, perceptive green eyes that were able to take in so much with just a quick glance. She was epitome of what a kunoichi could become, heart-wrenchingly beautiful and far deadlier than any weapon or jutsu could be. Nothing. He's just being anal about everything again. Taking a seat in the chair next to him, she folded her arms, looking straight into his eyes. I guess since you're growing up you can't stop by and let anybody know you came back alive. Immediately, her tone of voice and body posture made him go into damage control. He knew it was something he kept forgetting when he went to sleep 2 nights ago, and doesn't that beat all? It happened to be this. An angry or even peeved Nariko was a bad thing when aimed at somebody else, but when aimed at him. Nariko-chan, we were tired when we came in and it totally slipped my mind. So what happened this morning? Aya-san was showing me some new jutsus. When it left his mouth he knew he was in trouble. The look she gave him would have killed him on the spot if she were able to do such a thing. Come on, don't be like that. We got all day today. She was stuck between wanting to smack him and let him figure something out or just strangle him. Aya-san told her he was going to be an extremely difficult job to mold, but Kami-sama, she never imagined it being a full-time job. If she didn't care about him so much she would have labeled him a lost cause a long time ago. When Kisame and Haku finish, do you honestly think anything good is going to come out of their mouths? There was a reason the two of you were sent chasing that scroll down for the past month. Naruto rolled his eyes. With that type of thinking, of course they're going to predict the end of the world. What if they tell us they found? You need to cut your hair. The statement was so off-kilter he stopped mid-sentence. What? You need to get a haircut. Simple and to the point. She didn't know if she liked the fact that he was picking up traits from everybody around here and not all of them were good. Letting his hair grow out was one of the latest, and she could guess it was something he was picking up from Itachi. You don't like it? I thought it was pretty cool, not as cool as your tattoo. I really didn't have any say-so in it. He waved her off. It still looks good. I'm thinking about getting one. No, you're not. You already have tattoos anyway, your whisker marks. His lack of comeback let her know he was stumped, and she savored the victory. Her Naruto was the king of comebacks, and her victories were coming far too easily nowadays. He opened his mouth ready to make another argument when the library door opened up and out walked a bleary-eyed Haku. Nariko didn't know how long they'd been in there, but if his eyes were anything to go by, he must have started before sunrise. Nariko-san, you look lovely as usual this morning. She glanced in Naruto's direction and noticed his narrowed eyes. 16 years old and he was already territorial. Laughing at him would only bait him, so she settled on giving Haku a friendly smile. Haku, I take it you are finished. His demeanor changed so quickly she had to blink to make sure he was the same person. I think you need to get everybody together. His tone of voice was enough for her to not to ask questions. Haku was always smiling about something, and for him to be so stoic and withdrawn was a sign. Easily slipping into her battle persona, she turned toward Naruto and found him gone. Damn, at least somebody's excited. Temari, when did you become such a sap? He felt her tense up and immediately tightened his hold on her. Bringing her back to settle against his chest, he leaned his head against the tree they were lounging against and silently wished something non-life-threatening would happen to keep Naruto from spoiling the moment. Well, I would say it was about the same time you learned how to be a decent ninja. He didn't up-look because the sputtering and angry outburst was enough to clue him in. Sometimes Naruto was far too easy, at least when it came to arguing with certain women. Point 1. Temari. Last time I checked, me and Haku royally kicked your ass. He paused, index finger idly tapping his chain. I'm sorry, I forgot. Wasn't it you that had to take your exam 3 times to graduate to Chunin? You. So much for Naruto being easy. Point 2 and 3. Naruto. That one hit the mark. He could see the muscles tightening in her neck, and her rigid posture were clear signs that a fight was going to break out. It felt like watching his brother and his girlfriend fight over the most mundane situations, which in a way they were, and they did. Any other day he would have let them go at it, they always did anyway, but after a month of constant travel and the most recent bombshell, he came to visit her for some peace of mind and soothing of his soul. Why he still imagined that when Naruto opted to tag along baffled him. Lightly rubbing his thumb across her stomach, he started dropping light kisses along the back of her neck, trying to ease the agitation out of her. He figured the reason they couldn't get along was because, give or take a few personality traits, they were too alike. Standoffish, confrontational, proud, and tempers that were hot enough to fuel an entire village. Temari's inert pride was bad enough that he found himself praying for her safety on several occasions when he left. When she settled back against him, releasing a sigh, he sent a glare toward his friend that clearly meant sit down and shut up, but when Naruto smiled back, Haku was already bracing himself for the assault. Uncurling one of his arms, he reached over and grabbed Temari's fan, sitting it up against the tree. Haku, out of all the women that throw themselves at you, how did you end up with the troll? Her anger was swift in coming. Quickly rising from the pit of her stomach, she latched onto the feeling. She easily broke out of his one-armed hold, grabbing her fan in one smooth motion, and took off after the rapidly retreating Naruto, easily trailing his maniacal laughter. He could already see several trees being uprooted, no doubt Temari's handiwork. It looked like they were going to have to leave a little early. When she was that angry, she could easily decimate a good little bit of land, and it would do neither of their groups any good by getting caught associating with one another. Turning to the silent figure on his left, Haku asked the question that had been plaguing his thoughts recently. Are you sure there are only 3 of you? I believe your father failed to inform you all of a possibly abandoned brother. Gaara wasn't one to find amusement in a lot of things, but the recurring arguments and fights between his sister and Naruto were interesting. I guess he really did it this time. Gaara nodded his head, his mind trailing along the same lines. You may need to take him for medical treatment when he returns. I don't think it's going to get that bad. There was another explosion and a very male-sounding voice screaming for all it's worth. She won't kill him. From the lack of response, Haku gathered that Gaara didn't share the same sentiments. Easing back into comfortable silence, Haku took the time out to regard the newly appointed Junin. The very first thing that caught his eye was the absence of the sand gourd. He chalked it up to two reasons. Either the sand nin was relaxed enough to let his guard down around them now, or he learned a way to create and manipulate the sand some other way. The former wasn't impossible, though hard to believe, and the latter was more than plausible. His eyes were drawn to the slight swirling of dust and dirt directly under the Gaara. Secondly, the black rings he noticed were much smaller than the last time they were able to meet face to face. He really hoped that it was a sign of his increasing ability to control the demon Shukaku. There were days when Naruto's seal fluctuated and the demon was far more pronounced than normal. When anything intentional or not would easily escalate in a deadly confrontation, and nothing short of Itachi or Nariko knocking him unconscious would stop him from causing anybody serious bodily harm. With that in mind, and Tamari's recollection of their childhood was enough for him to give Gaara his eternal respect. If anyone knew hardship, it was him, and Gaara's dive into madness was more than understandable. Is there a different reason for your visit? Haku didn't bother pretending to act shocked or think of what to say. They deserved to know. It was part of the reason he made the journey. Orochimaru is about to move again. He's been recruiting a lot of upper-level shinobi in preparation of an attack. We don't know where, but more than likely it's going to be Konohagakure. I'd say in 2 months max he'll launch an attack. He took it like he expected him to, in stride, nothing but the involuntary blinking letting him know that was still breathing. What course of action do you and your companions plan on enacting? They think he isn't worth getting too wrapped up about and decided to leave him alone. Gaara turned to him and gave him a look as if he'd grown another head, but he could understand his reasons. What Gaara didn't understand was the way of thinking in the Akatsuki. Naruto, Nariko, and himself tried giving multiple reasons why leaving the snake Sannin alone wasn't a wise choice, but their arguments fell on deaf ears. Why? Because nobody feared him. Nobody even regarded him as a threat to the organization. 1 or 2 of them might actually detest the body-stealing shinobi, but the general feeling was contempt for his cowardice and fleeing. His departure was before his own arrival, but if Naruto was correct, then Itachi was the least of Orochimaru's worries nowadays. I know it may sound off-key, but nobody seems fazed at all. The general consensus is let him be, as long as he doesn't confront any of us. Gaara shook his head, opting not to voice his opinion on how foolish he thought they were. What are his allies, if any? We don't know of anybody as of yet, but more than likely it's got to be Kumogakure. Haku noticed the sand's pattern changing from the slow, rhythmic swirling to a much more erratic pattern before the sand nin spoke. It has been 4 years. With the recent cutback, if we are attacked we will lose. Silence descended upon them once again, and Haku didn't offer any sound advice or give out any placating gestures. His concern wasn't for the nearly invulnerable shinobi and his problems, but for the young woman that was currently dragging a badly bruised Naruto by his collar toward their location. She made her way toward them and watched with a sharp-eyed gaze, occasionally switching between her brother and her boyfriend, and almost instantly picked up the weird vibe. Dropping Naruto face first into the grass, she walked forward and came to a halt in front of Haku. Rather than become a focal point for her leftover anger, he smartly stretched his legs and giving her room enough to sit and resume her former position. He looked over at his friend and started to worry when he didn't see any movement. You didn't kill him, did you? She took her time answering his question. Settling into his warm embrace, laying the crown of her head into the crook in his neck, she tried to get rid of her all-too-permanent scowl. No, but he might not be waking up for a while. How did you catch him? She twined her fingers with his before answering in a softer voice repressed with laughter. He was so busy laughing out loud like some lunatic and throwing insults, all it took was one well-directed attack to send him flying into a tree. Her story was almost too ridiculous to believe if he didn't know Naruto. The Akatsuki's #1 prankster was far from being perfectly coordinated. He'd advanced as far as he did strictly through grit, heart, and trial and error. How can you two even get along? With all due respect, he didn't think she had much room to talk, and Gaara's very pronounced snort let him know he wasn't the only one thinking along those lines. Instead of voicing his thought, he opted on a far less combustible statement. He's nowhere as energetic when you're not around. Granted, Gaara was a whole lot easier to deal with since his defeat to Naruto. She was still on edge around him sometimes, so instead of trying to menace her younger brother, she glared at her smirking boyfriend. What's that supposed to mean? He had the smarts to play and not answer the question at all. His intelligence extended well beyond the battlefield. Naruto stood, grumbling something about angry, mean-spirited women before he drew a withering glare from Temari and a pleading look of peace from his friend, but before he could do anything in retaliation, movement drew their attention. They watched as Gaara stood, motioned for the silent Naruto to follow, and started off toward what he figured was a very small village a short distance from them. Naruto waited several seconds, contemplating whether to press his luck one last time before giving up in favor of not receiving another lump on his head. They had plenty of time before they left for him to get his revenge. When she was sure they were out of earshot, she grabbed Haku's hand and placed it against her stomach. It wasn't easy for her to let her guard down with everyone around them. Even if they were her boyfriend's best friend and her little brother, she was just hardwired to constantly be on guard around them, with demons sealed inside of them capable of easily destroying a country. Who wouldn't be? She didn't know how Haku would take it, but he was always calm and collected, and the last thing she wanted to do was make him uncomfortable. But even with his gentle and caring nature, she could never forget who he really was. The slash through the hidden mist symbol on his forehead was a loud, almost constant reminder that he was a fugitive, an extremely dangerous one. His companions were S-rank criminals that gave even the cages pause, and he was continually hunted by unknown third parties. Even with all that, she loved him, more than she ever intended to. Her curiosity was what led her to this point, and now she was unsure of the direction they were heading in. When will you be coming back? He hated when she asked him that, because he could never give her an answer. He visited every chance he could, but there was no humanly way possible to predict when he could return. It could be 1 month or several, depending on what the higher-ups wanted. Despite what he wanted, the mission always came first. I don't know. There is a situation that may need our attention whether we want to give it or not. She turned around, straddling his legs, and locked gazes with him, looking for the unheard in his sentence. He had the female protection gene flaw in his system, just like almost every other male she knew. If there was trouble coming, she would have to draw it out of him. Does Gaara know? He didn't break eye contact. Yeah. Does it concern us? He narrowed his eyes, not surprised but still slightly annoyed at her wordy manipulation. In a way, she took both hands and cradled his face in her palms. Are you in trouble? That was a loaded question if there ever was one. Naruto was always in trouble, and being his partner he indirectly became a target, but that was no different than 1 or 3 years ago. Naruto would be hunted till his deathbed, and even then he doubted his friend would be able to rest in peace. No, Temari didn't believe him. Tilting her head, she pressed a small kiss to his neck and decided to change course. A small part of her conscience secretly didn't want to know what trauma was about to befall them. Callous as it may have sounded, she would rather enjoy the moment. Lately they were coming few and far in between, and his presence was easily erasing 2 months of build-up tension. I meant to ask you earlier, but where is Kankuro? Mission. He smiled at her tight-lipped response. Her foul-mouthed brother was obviously the last person she wanted to comment on. It seemed she hadn't gotten over his shampoo-swapping stunt from a couple of months ago. You plan on taking the special admission exam? Haku. He replied while idly running his hand down her back. Shut up. She felt high chest rumble with repressed laughter. For him to be so straight-faced and calm, he could talk a whole lot, and she had no doubt it was from always being around that damn Naruto. If she didn't live with 2 brothers whose personalities were on opposite ends of the spectrum, she would have wondered how did he function with the stamina freak s round 24/7. Do you think about the future? His hand stopped and she felt his body stiffen. She didn't know why she asked the question now of all times, but she needed to know where his thoughts were now. 2 months was a long time, and it took only days for people to change. In our line of work, isn't it smart to just focus on the next couple of hours? It was sad that he could relate to her brother more than he could her. She couldn't think of anything to ease the tightening in her chest, so she decided to display her affection and kissed his neck again. I love you. I know. He couldn't offer her the answer she needed. His heart no longer carried an emotion strong enough to be labeled love. What was his, was hers. If needed, he would gladly forfeit his life for her safety, but he could only let his actions speak for him, and for that he hated himself. She raised her head from his neck and cupped his face once again. He was so beautiful that at times she found herself jealous, hesitant to stand next to him. She knew there were others before her, a point Naruto continually nailed home, and they may have given even Nariko competition, but he was hers. Only hers, and she continually made sure he knew. Bringing her face barely centimeters apart, she let her lips grace his in a phantom kiss. Haku closed his eyes as her tongue slowly traced his lips before descending upon his own. Relaxing, he allowed her the freedom of taking the lead. Her hands entangled themselves in his hair, and he could feel the increasing urgency in her kisses. Using one arm, he pulled her tighter against him and brought the other under her shirt to trail a path down her spine. She shuddered against him and pulled away from his lips to regain the ability to breathe. He was laving kisses across her collarbone while rubbing agonizingly slow circles on her back and thighs, drawing her attention to too many places at once. Almost at once the compulsion, no, the need to see his face came over her, and she stopped his ministrations and brought his face into view. His eyes were hooded, glazed with desire, and if that wasn't enough for her, his very prominent arousal was pressing in on her backside. She stared into his eyes, reveling in the feeling of the moment and the union between them. I love you. His expression didn't change, but she could feel the difference in him. He tucked his head against her neck and sighed. I know. Smiling to herself, she relaxed against him, cradling his head and combing through his hair. 2 months was a damn long time, and this just wouldn't be enough. Tamari eased herself from his embrace, mischief shining in her eyes, and took of her top. Now Haku, show me how much you missed me. Naruto didn't try to fill the void with conversation. His current companion was the poster child for giving somebody the silent treatment. The little nondescript village they were currently in was almost barren, its population was so small. He looked to Gaara for an explanation before looking around. This village was built when the giant oasis we are currently on was found. A few years ago, a sandstorm suddenly appeared and swept through the village, nearly wiping out the whole population. What you see here are the survivors who chose to stay and rebuild. It wasn't the first time he'd ever laid eyes on a disaster site, and he knew it wasn't going to be his last, but the sight always gave him a wrong feeling. Having everything you ever worked for taken away by some random force was something he couldn't begin to relate, but it brought a humility that several of his associates seemed to have forgotten. Why the hell they aren't getting any help? Gaara frowned at Naruto's tone of voice, but decided to answer instead of play upon the swift thought of snapping his neck. The reason the military was scaled down was because of a shortage of internal funding. The government is looking for ways to keep money in their pockets, and reducing the workforce of the village is their favorite option. Naruto thought about it before turning toward the Junin. Something about his statement didn't make sense. I thought the villages funded themselves by going on missions and whatnot. Stopping in front of a food stand, Gaara took a seat and handed the waitress a handful of money before speaking. That's true to some extent. The hidden village is sometimes thought of as an independent entity, when in reality it's merely an extension of the government, its own personal military. Looking at the menu, Naruto spotted the only dish he would ever need and ordered an extra large bowl. From this little stop alone, Gaara had managed to move up a good 5 space on his favorite people list. Something Itachi hadn't managed in 8 years. What happened to the gourd? Nodding at the waitress as she delivered his bowl of miso soup, Gaara eyed his meal for several seconds before taking a well-measured spoonful, childishly delighting in the frustrated glower coming from the patient's absent Naruto. I have managed to gain a more acceptable level of discipline over my powers. Satisfied and happy with the simple answer, Naruto wholeheartedly dived into his bowl of ramen. Th. Cheese G. Ood, I'm GL'd yo. R. GE plus ing better. Years' own iron-tight mental discipline prevented him from showing how disgusted he was at Enrato's eating habits. He'd known him so long that his lack of anything resembling decent manners was somehow expected. Naruto made to open his mouth full of food to speak again when a red-hot flare of pain shot through his skull. So agonizing he barely registered his flailing arms knocking over his bowl of ramen away or his body falling off the stool and coming into hard contact with the ground. Grabbing his head in a vain attempt to ease the throbbing, it took everything in him not to let out an agonizing scream. Someone was trying to break through his mental shield, quickly crashing through his barriers layer by layer, but they were going about with the subtlety of a rank genin, not trying to hide the intrusion or their location in any way. Hum. Naruto-kun, what are you doing all the way out here? He was angry, pissed off more than ever. An invasion of privacy was bad, but to let the traitor run rampant in his own mind was unforgivable. He could feel the Kyuubi begin to rear its head, eager and willing for any reason to cause destruction. Orochimaru. His voice was laced in poisonous mirth. Far too happy in catching who he considered the Akatsuki's favorite lapdog unaware. Though I'd pay you a little visit since I was already around. The pain was slowly receding, the demonic chakra involuntarily flaring up and quickly countering the invasion of its host. The fox had something of a protective streak in him, probably because of the fact that if the body died the spirit would go right along with it. He was slowly getting his bearing and frowned at the taste of dirt and gravel in his mouth. That bastard had really did a number on him, and without laying a single punch. Itachi would have his hide if he ever found out about this one. Making sure his mental walls were redoubled and reconstructed, he turned toward the stone-faced Sand Nin. Naruto tried easing the tension out of his bunched shoulders and only partially succeeded. Tell Haku to meet me. Don't ask where, because he'll know where I'll be. Only a fool wouldn't suspect a trap, but for whatever reason the bastard, that was his official name now, had purposely sought them out. Naruto prided himself on the fact that he never disappointed, and he would make sure it would be Orochimaru's final mistake in calling him out. We got a reptile problem that needs to be addressed. Naruto sped toward his destination, occasionally blurring from sight, maintaining a speed any respectable Junin would envy, but the thought didn't bring his ease. There was an odd sense of calm that surrounded him, and he couldn't place why. He figured it was because he'd been into many life or death situations already and one more couldn't hurt. Or maybe it was the fact that even if he died here there wouldn't be too many people to care. No siree, there would be no tears cried for the lose of the demon from Konoha. The only remote sense of trepidation was from the void, the silence that echoed from where the Kyuubi was currently sealed. Over the years he'd absorbed so much of the thing that they were so intricately intertwined it was sometimes hard to separate himself from the fox, and when he could no longer tell what the demon was thinking, that could only mean trouble in the long run. For a lot of people. The closer he was coming to Orochimaru the more he was getting peeved off. The bastard was freely casting his signal across the landscape. Even several meters away the force of Orochimaru's killing intent was so strong Naruto could feel it down to his bones. So much for the trap theory. The bastard's not even trying to hide himself. They were on foreign soil, in a country where hostilities were always running higher than the 100-degree weather, and the bastard was broadcasting for everyone to know who he was. It was clear-cut intimidation, and had Naruto been some passing shinobi it just might have worked. Too bad you picked the wrong day to test me, buddy. Still running at a breakneck pace, Naruto looked around, noting the terrain quickly change from low-cut vegetation to a harsher, more rocky view. A few minutes later and he was currently traveling through a wide canyon, bordered by high-rising cliffs, a perfect spot for launching an ambush if one wanted to. The dried-up riverbed offered no change of scenery. It was as dreary-looking as the rest of the place. Everywhere he looked there were rocks and sand. He was practically in the middle of nowhere, which was perfect for his type of fighting, no holds barred. Catching sight of Orochimaru and never one to miss the spotlight, Naruto pushed off an outlying rock jut and somersaulted in midair, performing an eye-popping array of nips and tucks before landing on top a rock pillar, smiling. Immediately wiping the smile off his face and catching his attention was the Sannin's height. He was shorter than he remembered. He was no longer towering above him, now he stood only a few inches taller. From that alone it was easy to tell that he'd gotten himself a new body. Who and where were the details he didn't care for, but he hated the man no less. Orochimaru stood atop a small rock structure, arms folded, that smug look of superiority that never failed to piss him off. That was nothing new though. It was the aura of absolute certainty leaking from him that made Naruto scrutinize the situation from a different angle. Orochimaru haughtily glared at Naruto, a sickly, sweet smile spread across his face. I see you found me, Naruto-kun. I doubted you would even have any brain matter left to function. Naruto narrowed his eyes in anger. Orochimaru was trying to bait him, but if he thought Naruto was the same wide-eyed, slightly startled 8-year-old, he had another thing coming. Grin slipping into place, Naruto pointed to the Sannin with his middle finger raised, then with a flick of his wrist gave him the thumbs down. Only one of your flunkies could lose to someone old enough to fart dirt. I wouldn't be surprised if you're old enough to know how all the countries got started in the first place. The elder shinobi visibly stiffened before he thought better and relaxed his posture. Nose raised, Inus easily reasserting itself as if it never left. That tongue of yours has gotten a lot sharper, but I seriously doubt a no-talent mound of waste like you could stand to me. Hair swaying with the slight brush of wind, Orochimaru spread his arms out, tilting his head back toward the sun. You have no chance. Why, that Uchiha thought someone like you would turn out worth anything is foolish. You were merely the first animal being led to slaughter. A sigh of pity escaped Naruto. Orochimaru had to make everything, even his speeches, so grandiose. You sure are a long-winded bastard. When Orochimaru snapped his attention back to him, Naruto looked him straight in the eye, smirk on his face. It's been years and you're still bent out of shape about running from Itachi-san. Before Orochimaru could react, Naruto unbuttoned the topmost buttons of his cloak. The thing was cool looking and kept you warm, but it was irritating as hell when the collar always managed to get caught in his mouth during a fight. I know you didn't come here to chit-chat, so why don't we get started? The missus wants me home before dinner's served. Eyes narrowed to vicious slits and smile more malicious than Naruto had ever seen, Orochimaru released his full swell of chakra, the force behind it resembling a small cyclone. Closing his eyes against debris, Naruto frowned when a single stray thought shot through his head. Aren't old people supposed to be weak and feeble? Where is the crutch? When the aftershocks of the wave ended, Naruto opened his eyes, taking a hard look at the Sannin. He was as strong as he remembered, and all jokes aside, the odds were stacked so far in the bastard's favor it was like comparing a molehill to a mountain. Amusement gone, there was no smile, only a self-assured smirk in place. In order to have any chance of completely destroying the man in front of him, he would have to use the Kyuubi and siphon more power than he was comfortable with. I don't know what made you come all the way out here yourself, but that is one mistake that you aren't going to live to regret. Hands clapped together, index and middle finger touching, Naruto released the power he'd trained so hard in containing, molding, and like every other time before, the rush was euphoric. The red-orange glow of chakra swirled around him, whipping his clothing around his frame. He could feel the power race through his system, changing him. His senses were more developed than any human being's, his body changed to allow greater muscle and tissue density increase. It was overwhelming sometimes, but he didn't want it all. Only the eyes. All he needed were the eyes. Bushins were almost out of the question, so instead of going with old reliable, Naruto decided to go about it the old-fashioned way. Cracking his knuckles, grin in place and blood-red eyes narrowed, Naruto started everything, an avalanche of situations in one simple sentence. Let's do this. After Naruto's all-too-abrupt exit, Gaara wasted no time in relaying the message. Quickly making way, he'd totally forgotten the reason he left in the first place, but when he reached his destination he remembered. Oh yeah, he remembered. Laying under a tree were his sister and Haku, nothing but the fugitives, cloak offering any kind of visual blockade to their nudity. For several seconds he stood there, rooted to the spot in shocked silence. There was never any change as his facial expression, but the discomfort was so overwhelming he wished for the numbness he used to feel. Along with that was the small, very familiar feeling of rage. Why the emotion chose now of all times to rear its head, the answer eluded him, but the sight of his sister, older or not, unclothed with any male, raised his hackles. Temari on the other hand was mortified. Her brother appearing out of nowhere and catching them naked as the day they were born was bad, no worse than bad. Haku's nonchalant attitude was far worse. His total lack of anything resembling embarrassment or shame was irritating and quickly erasing her guilt and replacing it with anger. He just didn't understand that her little brother caught her naked. I swear on everything I love, Haku, if you don't wipe that smile off your face. He was trying, but the look on her face would be one for the ages. Strong-willed, proud, Arrogant Temari was transformed into a different woman who was trying her best to crawl inside her own skin, and Gaara. Haku could read the cover-up of emotions in the Junin's eyes so well that he was halfway to full-blown laughter when a kunai pressing against his ribcage and one angry female shut him up. I guess she didn't change too much. Temari, it's not that bad. We weren't doing anything, and at least it wasn't some random stranger or Naruto. Her left eyebrow was twitching involuntarily, a sure sign someone, namely Haku, was in danger of being assaulted. If she didn't do something, she was going to uppercut him to the moon. Slowly counting to 10, then backwards to 1, she mentally pictured herself relaxing at a hot spring. It was midnight and a cool breeze was blowing through the area, but nobody but herself was in attendance. Haku could see she was in her own little world. The obvious effort she was taking in calming down, and decided to keep quiet. Temari was scarier than anyone he'd ever met, including Noriko. His cellmate was legendary for her angry outbursts when dealing with Naruto. Buttoning the collar of his cloak, he turned to the reason for their current predicament. Naruto was in trouble. That was the first thing that came to mind. One obvious point was that Gaara had been running, no, not just running but practically flying to get to them. 2. He came alone. Naruto was nowhere to be seen, and Haku couldn't feel his chakra signature anywhere near their vicinity. He hadn't trusted the Sand Nin at first, but over time he'd come to regard Gaara as an ally. However, his friend was probably in danger, so when he spoke his voice held none of the softly encouraging cheer he was known for. Where is he? Temari tightened the forehead protector around her neck and turned around, startled at the hard edge in Haku's voice. Never once in the 4 years she'd known him had he ever sounded so cold, so unemotional, and looking into his raven black eyes he seemed scarier than her youngest brother. He said that there is a reptile problem that needed taking care of. He never gave any outward signs of motion, but before he could even move, a hand on his wrist prevented him from leaving. Haku didn't get angry at her, but his infinite patience suddenly didn't seem so long. What the hell is going on? It is none of your concern. This wasn't the first time he'd ever said it, but it didn't hurt any less. He always pushing her to the side when things happened. She never knew what he was getting into, and she was growing sick of it. She knew she sounded like some overprotective, lovesick damsel, but she was a realist. She had no illusions about their relationship. It was tough and hard, being with him with their visits so spread out, but it was worth it in the long run, and it was about time she made him understand forcefully. Clamping down on her wounded feelings, she brought the kunoichi to the surface. If he wanted to switch gears at the drop of a hat, then she would show him she could do it just as well. I think you're overstepping your boundaries. You are a fugitive, illegally maintaining a presence in our country. I doubt you have any say-so on what's our concern. Had she been anyone else, he would have killed her on the spot for the thinly veiled threat. Instead, he nodded his head in acceptance and started toward Gaara. I'll explain on the way. Naruto felt a small tremor and quickly leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the explosion and following rock crag blasting from the earth. Orochimaru wasn't pulling any punches, and Naruto had to smile at that. The old man had no choice after he'd gotten in one good punch that sent the bastard crashing into a rock wall. Landing in a crouch, Naruto a quick set of hand seals before and quickly located his target. Kaden. Hausenka no Jutsu. Fire Element. Mythical Fire Phoenix. Several fireballs blanketed the canyon, destroying several rock formations, but Naruto could care less. His intention had been to smoke out the target. Orochimaru knew that and still came barreling out the huge plume of smoke, delivering a punch that even blocked, had Naruto hard-pressed to keep his footing. Ignoring the pain flaring up his arm, Naruto made a move to grab at Orochimaru's outstretched arm but came up empty. The Sannin was already gone. Instincts made him duck the incoming slash at his neck, retaliating with a low sweep Orochimaru easily leapt over. Still spinning, Naruto rose up, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick that met air. Orochimaru was smiling, reappearing directly in front of Naruto, fist-ed backward and a free path to his face. The blow was strong enough to make him see stars. Reeling backward, he immediately began running backwards to create some space. Shit, I gotta do something. Aiming, he landed and took off in a sharp 90-degree angle, and when he felt Orochimaru turn at a similar spot, Naruto released a hail of explosive shuriken. The explosion was almost deafening, and Naruto watched what passed as Orochimaru disintegrate into nothing, but he was already tracking him. Blasting off with enough chakra to create a small crater, Naruto found the Sannin prepping a set of hand seals. Never giving him time to finish, he moved fast enough to create a series of blurs. Orochimaru attacked the incoming Naruto and contacted nothing. Turning to bring up his arms in defense, he was too late to block the lethal kick that connected to his head and sent him flying away. Naruto made ready to attack while he was disoriented, but a slow pain in his chest made him pause and look down. The sight of the legendary Kusanagi sword protruding from his chest seemed wrong. His blood was slowly leaking from the wound, trailing down the length of the sword and creating a small puddle on the barren earth. He could feel something give out inside of him, maybe a lung, he thought. You have served your purpose. After I have my way with Konoha, I will hunt down the rest of your foolish comrades and wipe them from this planet. No, that just won't do. Demonic blood-red eyes turned to Orochimaru, giving the Sannin a look of extreme boredom. Gotcha. The following explosion rocked the canyon, swelling and spreading out in a red-hot blast of power. Tons of debris was haphazardly thrown about from the resulting shockwave. The canyon, which had somehow held up till now, resembled almost nothing of its former regal glory. Several hundred meters away, Naruto stood back and passively watched the destruction. He practically had to beg Itachi to teach him that particular jutsu, and when he did, it had taken him months to learn how to control. It was either he was packing too much power or too little, but today he had no reservations about blast strength. Orochimaru needed to die today, and unfortunately even that attack hadn't done the job. His face was blank, but Naruto could see that his clothes weren't as put together as his emotions. Tattered and torn, his shirt was littered with holes and even his hair seemed a bit tinged. I'm glad you've improved. His voice was so low, almost a whisper on the wind. I thought this would be over a lot sooner. Hands still clutching the sword, Orochimaru began walking toward him, steps slow and measured. I underestimated you and your ability to manipulate the demon's chakra. He shook his head in astonishment. Had that last attack hit, I would not be standing here now. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, the very picture of nonchalance. Well, next time I have to make sure it hits. Orochimaru shook his head. No, this ends here. Naruto tensed. He felt the change in the atmosphere, and that didn't bode well. He vainly tried to pinpoint what was going on in the Sannin's head, but he had no need. Orochimaru gladly showed what he meant by his last statement. The snake-like pupils of Orochimaru slowly changed, warped and twisted. Naruto could the single slit disappear and the yellow slowly bled out, leaving his eyes eerily blank. Then color began to surface. Red, a deep dark crimson seemingly burst into his eyes, and when the red stabilized he could see the slow appearance of several small black flecks. He knew before they even aligned themselves around the pupil what they were. You son of a. Orochimaru's new body was from an Uchiha, which made him a proud new owner of the Sharingan. Jiraiya considered himself a gifted man of many talents. His abilities in his own eyes knew no bounds. He was a Sannin, one of the three most powerful ninjas in Konoha's history, only surpassed by the Hokages themselves. That by itself was cause for a certain degree of celebrity, and he relished it, but his rise to superstardom came through literature. As author of the world's greatest piece of artistic expression, Jiraiya was considered a deity in some parts of the world. His introspective looks into the private relationships between healthy young women and men helped men everywhere strive through adverse conditions and come out stronger where initially they would sometimes be lost. There was not a man alive that didn't know and look up to him. He remembered times when he'd been asked by starstruck youths to autograph his latest novel and happily did so. They were making him a very wealthy man, but he had no need for monetary compensation. His goal was to spread knowledge about the wonderful creature known as woman. Of course, the females he encountered felt totally different than their other halves. He knew plenty of wives and girlfriends that actually detested him on a certain level. The rants were too many to remember, but the most prevalent ones were, "You're turning my husband into a pervert," or, "No self-respecting woman would do those sort of things." The first question he always answered with, "What's a little more loving gonna cost?" which always got an angry, unconditioned outburst to follow. The second question he could vouch for personally. A little imagination could take you places you wouldn't imagine, and as the flagbearer for unfulfilled men everywhere he pointed that out to their oftentimes deranged other halves. Needless to say, it never worked out as he planned. He'd been run out of so many towns that he was quickly running out of grade or research spots. That was why he was currently in the Wind Country. For his 100th volume he planned on releasing a super-duper mega collectible edition. 5 volumes, released in one set, and each one was going to feature a different country. Wave, lightning, fire, wind, and earth would each have their own original stories, and he planned on having an artist help him visualize his writings. Oh yes, for the first time, the volumes would have pictures. He could picture the outcry of joy from the male population. Taking a small sip of sake, Jiraiya focused his attention on the woman to his left. She wasn't drop-dead gorgeous, but really nobody he ever met from here really was. The Wind Country was home to women who were tough, unable to back down from anything resembling a fight. This was the only country he knew where there were more female bandits and rogue ninjas than men. "Excuse me, miss, but how are you this fine afternoon?" She turned around, startled at the sudden intrusion of his voice. He agreed all too happily that he'd made the right choice. No, she wasn't beautiful, but she was very pretty. With her smoke-gray eyes and shoulder-length black hair, Jiraiya was all too happy to commence the start of his research. "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, I saw you reading and wondered what it is that has your attention." A slow smile spread across her face, a perfect indication that he hit one of her interests right on the head. One foot in the door. The author is Ito Benkai, and he writes about how the world is round and so many other interesting things. Did you know how dangerous the lands to the east of here were? Sure he did. He moved around a lot. He saw things people would only gape in awe, and that's why the thought of other lands never really amazed him. He'd seen a lot of it. With their undecipherable languages, weird clothing, and even stranger fighting styles, he was somewhat wary of ever stepping on foreign soil again. On their lands there was a lot of unrest, and maniacs like Orochimaru were plentiful, but he tossed the thought to the back of his mind and effortlessly plopped a stunned expression on his face, feigning total ignorance on the subject. Shaking her head, eager to elaborate, she launched into a lengthy monologue about everything from foreign eating habits to her personal opinions on things like the absence of ninja in the eastern lands. Jiraiya nodded when he was supposed to, smiled when she thought he wasn't listening, and encouraged her for more information when she began to trail off. It was tiring, but he would do anything for his fellow readers, his ardent followers. "It's fascinating, isn't it? I had no idea the eastern lands were so strange." She smiled, accepting his answer as truth. "What's your name?" He didn't pull out the fireworks or any of his over-the-top intro pyrotechnics, instead he just answered in monotone, "Jiraiya." Her eyes narrowed and he could see her forehead wrinkled in thought. The signs were all there, so he mentally began preparing an escape plan in case she began calling for backup. "The Jiraiya." He nodded his head once, accepting his fate. Someone would wonder why he didn't lie, knowing his reputation with the opposite. Simple. He worked too damn hard to earn his rock star status, and he would not let a few irate, uptight women would make him give it up. "This is unexpected." He had an eyebrow in question. This wasn't going where he thought it would, which was a good thing. "You're expecting me to blow a load and attack you without mercy, right?" At his nod she shrugged her shoulders. Everyone needs a hobby. He was on his knees, hands wrapped around her, tears running down his face and showering kisses to her hands. He knew there were new age women out there, and after continually searching he found one. Someone who wouldn't throw a fit when the opportunity to further his knowledge presented itself. Someone who would help him dive into the female psyche. Someone who wouldn't object to his travels when the wind called his name. When he opened his mouth to declare his declaration of love. Son of a, when I get my hands on him he's gonna have to piss out his ass. Such vulgar language, and coming from a female. Who was this? Turning around he spotted the dirty blonde-haired girl cursing up a storm. Her fury was so palpable he could see the angry red aura surrounding her, and from the people scurrying out of her path it was obvious he wasn't the only one. Mind forgetting about his recent revelation, Jiraiya followed her hostile march through the small village, idly noting the Chunin vest and hidden sand forehead protector. In a village as remote as this, that would have tipped him off to something going on by itself, but her companion was the one that raised the red flag. Gaara of the Sand, Tsunogaku's perfect weapon. The very sight of him even sent a shiver down the Sannin's back. What are they doing here? I can't believe he pulled a stunt like that. Ooh, when I see him again he is going to get it good. She punctuated the statement by jamming her fan into the ground, creating a small crater. Gaara didn't try to stop his sister's childish antics because he was just as mad. If he didn't keep a lid on his anger, he didn't want to think of the death he could easily rain down on these people. So he focused on his breathing, silently analyzing where Haku managed to give them the slip. When he saw my approach, Tamari stopped ranting and turned to her brother. He was hiding it, but she knew he was angry and it took the edge off her own, but only barely. Gaara was different than other males in some aspects, but his pride was like anybody else's. To be fooled so easily surely didn't go over too well on her little brother. "What are you talking about?" He scowled, his anger making him agitated. "When I turned my back for you to dress, he used a bushin to take his place. That is the only time he could have done it." His answer didn't stun her. Haku was, if anything, incredibly gifted. An advanced bloodline, a born genius, trained by some of the most powerful shinobi from the Wave Country. He was a powerful ally and her most feared enemy if it ever came to it. But that wouldn't matter from now. It doesn't matter. He won't make it to see another day anyway. Jiraiya didn't know who she was talking about, but the young man responsible for her current black temperament. He hoped the young man was experiencing something heavenly, because when the girl got her hands on him, the facial expression on the girl's face told the whole story. He was more than curious now. Just the two of them, this far out chasing a young man, was tingling his detective talents, but he was a man on a mission and giving his attention back on the young lady. He wanted to continue their conversation and opened his mouth to speak when an explosion stopped him short. Several miles west of his direction he could see a plume of smoke rising into the air. Any other time he would have paid it no mind, but the swift departure of the sand ninja drew his attention. "Jiraiya-sama, what's going on?" He took a look at the frightened young lady and shook his head. Today had been going so well. Winking his eye, he puffed out his chest, exuding a confidence that he wasn't really feeling at the moment. "Don't worry, I'll go check it out. You just keep my seat warm." She nodded her head, blush on her cheeks. It was enough to almost make him change his mind, but he remembered Tsunade and her all-too-real threat of physical pain if he didn't report something back in a month's time. Turning toward the smoke he set out, a whole lot grumpier than he'd been in weeks. "Damn that old woman, always spoiling my fun." Naruto could see things were quickly getting out of hand. Where before they were standing on somewhat equal ground, now he was just trying his best to survive. He didn't know how long Orochimaru had been in possession of the Sharingan, but he fought like he'd been born with it. His clothes were tattered and his Hitai-8 was dented from when he reflexively used it to counter one of the bastard's punches. I didn't sound smart, but right now he was using everything he could, and that included his head on occasion. It was amazing in a strange way. Itachi was the only Sharingan user he knew, which made sense when he killed his whole clan, or supposedly did. But even with the same eyes, they were using them in two totally different ways. Itachi always went with the one-hitter quitter, never giving his opponent time enough to even react to his presence. He could care less about cataloging jutsus, he had enough as it is. Orochimaru was all reactions. The man yearned for unknown justice and the applications of them. Naruto recalled several times where he'd been purposely set up to use one, but he was no fool. He'd made a promise to Itachi and purposely saved them for that very reason. He never went back on his word, and even a Sharingan-wielding maniac wouldn't make him change it. Right now his priority was to stall and come up with something to help stave off the Sannin. If he pumped any more of the Kyuubi's chakra into his system, there would be trouble, and he needed Haku around to help bring him back from the edge. "Scared are we, boy? You stand no chance. He will crush you." "Shut up." The furball was getting irritating to the point he was developing a headache. Added with the strain his eyes were putting on him, and things weren't looking good. "He's toying with you. Didn't I say shut up? I will not die." The sudden surge of demonic chakra took him completely by surprise. He'd been fighting with the bare minimum of the demon's help, but he could feel the change coming over him. He could feel his hands were changing. Fingers and nails stretching and sharpening to claws. His birthmarks were now almost black in color. His eyes were changing again to see not the world as it was, but in a multitude of colors he could only hope to decipher. So many changes occurring at once, the pain couldn't be ignored, and he was numb to the world around him as he roared his anguish. Orochimaru watched in muted fascination. The Sharingan, even in all its glory, didn't let him see inside. But the boy's chakra channels were interesting. He couldn't find out what was actually happening, and that angered him. The jutsu that sealed the demon in the boy was not known, but if he could see how he channeled the power, how he was able to call upon that power, then maybe he could figure a way around the finality of it. His body would not last forever, and when he learned all there is to know, he would need another body to possess. Sword of Kusanagi clutched in his hand, Orochimaru slowly made his way toward the semi-conscious Naruto. Whatever was happening to him was painful, and Orochimaru had not a shred of sympathy. The boy had to die. He would grow to be an even bigger thorn in his side, and Orochimaru couldn't have that. He would slake his thirst for blood and soothe his ego all in one blow. The insults against him would cease on this day. His very life was an insult because they thought so little of him. Especially the Uchiha, but retribution was already taking place. He'd taken Itachi's the last blood kin. No matter if he acted like he cared or not, he left the boy alive, and Orochimaru was the one that ended his life. He was now using the same blood that ran through both their veins to bring about the greatest civil war in history. And now, he would erase his unofficial student, unlock the next level of the Sharingan, and destroy the Uchiha himself. The irony was sweet enough to taste. Itachi would know humiliation and disgrace like he couldn't imagine, and he was prepared to destroy everything he touched to bring it about. Stopping at the kneeling form of Naruto, Orochimaru rested his sword barely an inch from the blonde's neck. "I will destroy everything and make it as I see fit. You have been nothing but a test. Die knowing you are still a loser." Raising his sword and bringing it down in an arc, there was a pop, and he barely dodged the blade of ice that shot up from Naruto's back. Jumping backwards, he snarled his displeasure before the ice pike suddenly exploded, shards homing in and racing toward him. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu. Flame Element. Powerful Fireball Technique. Haku somersaulted over the wall of flames, landing directly behind Orochimaru, Senbon in hand. Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked over his new opponent. He didn't remember him, but he knew who he was. The boy from the mist, his replacement. "You must be Haku." Frowning at the familiarity he was speaking, Haku glanced in Naruto's direction and didn't like what he saw. His friend was hunched over, clawing at the bare ground, and Haku could see the chakra leaking off him and staining the ground black. If he didn't do something, neither he nor Orochimaru would survive the day. However, that was easier said than done. He could clearly see Orochimaru in a full-mastered Sharingan, which didn't make any sense. Itachi destroyed his whole clan, and Orochimaru wasn't an Uchiha. Too many questions and not enough time. "Leave or I will have to take your life." That was ingenious. Using Naruto's water pouch as a water source for your jutsu. Haku managed to keep his irritation in check. He was being played for a fool, and unlike his friend, he wouldn't lash out. "I won't say it again. Leave or else." Orochimaru laughed. The boy was too much. Threatening him, the great Orochimaru. How low they thought of him. Again, today would only be the beginning. Haku, die. Orochimaru vanished, but Haku was prepared. As powerful as the Sharingan was, he'd adopted his own strategies to fight against. After watching a countless number of Itachi and Naruto's sapping sessions, he knew only one way he could counteract the Sharingan's precognitive abilities. He heard the slight movement of gravel and took off, appearing right in front of Orochimaru's stunned face. His fist shot forward, but as expected, Orochimaru easily dodged, but he followed with a flurry of attacks, alternating between slashes, punches, and kicks. The speed behind them was enough to throw the Sannin off, and Haku capitalized on that, constantly putting him on the defensive. Orochimaru was stunned at Haku's speed. Growling in frustration, he swung his sword down in a decapitation move but met air. The Sharingan located him again, and he swung his sword, intent to impale nothing. An attack came from his blind side, and a sharp pain flared up his back. Too late to use Kawarimi, he merely absorbed the impact of the Senbon. There was movement, and he flashed a set of seals. Slapping his wrist into the ground, he watched Haku flash into sight, leaping out of the way when the ground gave way from up under him. Not hesitating, Orochimaru used another set of seals and brought his hands to his lips. Kaden. Karyu Enden. Fire Element. Fire Dragon Blast. Haku squashed the panic. Twisting himself left and into a tight spiral, he narrowly missed the superheated blast of flame. His clothing, however, did not. Landing in a crouch, he muttered a curse and took off again, but Orochimaru was ready, appearing behind the dashing Haku. Orochimaru, with his blade poised and ready, stabbed forward catching the unaware Haku in the shoulder. Rolling away from the Sannin, Haku ducked a sword slash and flipped onto his back, using his hands to propel his leg into the Sannin's arm. He knocked the blade away. Orochimaru spun away from the kick and dropped a devastating axe kick into Haku's unprotected chest. The blow had so much power behind it Haku impacted the ground hard enough to bounce. Not thinking, he quickly reacted, rolling away from the downward stab of the sword, using his hand to flip himself into a standing position. With no water source nearby he was seriously limited in the amount of ninjutsus he could use. Added the Sharingan innate ability to see through genjutsus and he was functioning from an even bigger hole. The wound in his shoulder was bleeding badly and to make things worse he could feel the poisons the sword were laced with starting to slowly take effect. He could see Naruto move to stand and smiled. If he could lend a hand then Orochimaru's defeat would not be impossible. Kurikagure no Jutsu, hidden mist technique. Several miles of dry desert almost instantly became covered in a thick fog. So thick was the fog that the once oppressive heat of the sun failed to reach through, quickly dropping the temperature several degrees. Orochimaru found the tactic amusing. He could see the standing figure of Haku clear as day. Maybe he had given him too much credit, which wasn't much to begin with. Using his tongue to yank the Senbon from his back, he barely flinched from the pain. A set of seals and he could feel the stab wound in his back healing itself at an accelerated rate. Just another reason to leave Kabuto alive and breathing, he decided. Stretching his muscles in a show of arrogance, Orochimaru watched Haku create several bushins, each one surrounding him and taking a different battle stance, but his eyes stayed centered on the real Haku. Without any provocation Orochimaru took off running full tilt and all at once the bushins attacked him full force. He made short work of the clones, destroying them without a single glance, so intent was he on his target. Bracing himself Haku held a pair of Senbon and the clash resulting from the weapons raced up Haku's arm. Orochimaru didn't relent and Haku found himself parrying the relentless attacks. His entire focus narrowed to just trying to dodge the sword. His movements were slowing considerably and he knew he didn't have long before Orochimaru capitalized. Orochimaru pressed the attack, and Haku reached for his reserves of strength and using skills he'd honed for years, tried to keep the grinning Sannin at bay. His mind was constantly trying to anticipate the next attack, which way to dodge, when to block or lunge, twist or counter. His sight encompassed nothing but Orochimaru and his movements. But, when Orochimaru lunged forward, Haku parried the blade to his left. He expected the older shinobi to pull back or follow with another attack. What he didn't expect was for the Sannin use one hand to form a set of seals. His body failed to follow through with his mental demands and his eyes met Orochimaru's in surprise. He looked down at the hand, formed in a blade, glowing with chakra and watched it plunge into his chest. Too stunned to move, the hand was removed and followed by a kick to the side of his head that sent him flying several meters. He was unconscious before he hit the ground. He couldn't see, not in the literal sense. The fog was heavy but his blurred vision had nothing to do with the genjutsu. There were colors coalescing and warping around each other like a childish painting. He stilled for a moment to try and come to grips with the visions. If he couldn't decipher them then he might as well be walking blind. The desert itself was nothing to gawk at but he could see the wildlife so clearly, serpents hiding underground, lizards scurrying across the land, there was nothing he couldn't see. Everything living had its own individual brilliance, a multitude of colors blending together to create something slightly breathtaking. When he'd first learned of what he could see when tapped into the Kyuubi's chakra he'd been afraid somewhat. Surrounded by members of the Akatsuki, he'd seen the true meaning of darkness. Various degrees of black, muted grays and hues of red swirled around him suffocated him with the power and magnitude of their brilliance. They didn't know what was going on and words still failed him to give a description but right then the power. It was disorienting and unwelcome. A reminder of the power each one of them single-handedly wielded. It was also a reminder that the Kyuubi had found a way to exert some sort of control over him. For years he'd been trapped inside, the demon was no fool and with nothing else to do he'd used it well enough it seemed. Teeth grinding together in anger he tried to stand and found his equilibrium off as well. A flicker of color from behind him and turned, realization dawning on him when he could see the recognizable aura of Haku slowly growing dimmer. Haku. Orochimaru turned eyebrow raised in silent question. So he was still alive. He'd forgotten all about the boy. Naruto-kun, I seem to have broken your friend. Naruto stood, whether in shock or horror he didn't know. Orochimaru was standing right next to his unconscious friend and his aura was dominating his vision. There was nothing but a sick, malignant veil of darkness. It felt like a sickness, a tumor that infested the very area he stood. The power radiating from him was enough to stain his vision in sickly shades. The overwhelming urge to throw up hit him and he dropped to his knees. Not even Kurai or Michio gave him this horrible a vision. Orochimaru continued walking toward the downed figure, his sword idly tapping against the side of his hip. He had no idea to what was happening but refused to further waste time with the riffraff. He could have simply sent Kabuto or even Kimimaro to handle this, but it would not have felt the same. Some things you just had to do yourself, and he wasn't above spilling someone else's blood. Naruto could feel his slow approach, the sound of his measured footsteps. He could only wonder how 8 years of training could wash away in an instant. The bastard hadn't even thrown a single blow and here he was, kneeling, rocks angrily digging into his palms, but the heavy feeling would not leave him. No matter what he told himself, his eyes swam in a sea of black. The footsteps stopped and he could hear the slow exhale of the breath. It was the sound of disappointment. He must have looked pitiful. I don't know how you survived up till now. Using his tongue to wrap around Naruto's neck, Orochimaru lifted him into the air, strangling him the appendage. Using his sword he made a quick slash down the front. Clothing, already tattered, fell away and Orochimaru got a good look at the seal. He knew intimately what occurred and how, but it still amazed him at the fool Yondaimi's gall to use his own kin. Returning the sword to his body, he knew a jutsu that was ideal for this purpose alone. Fingers glowing in an odd purple light, he reared back and slammed his fingers into 5 corners of Naruto's seal. For the second time that day Naruto felt a horrible pain wash through him. There was a searing hiss of burning flesh that Naruto immediately knew was his own. Holding his stomach in pain, he could vaguely feel the power, the demon's chakra wash out of his system. It was the last thing he needed to happen. No, no, no. I can't let this happen. He felt Orochimaru raise his sword for the final strike, chakra curling along the weapon like a serpent, so like its wielder. He frantically tried to think of a plan, some course of action to stop what seemed like the inevitable. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he summoned up every last bit of strength, hatred, fury, any empowering emotion he could grab. Die. The sword came down, but Naruto moved at the last second. Instead of his neck, the blade cut into his shoulder, but he paid it no mind. Using the strength nobody knew he'd been blessed with along with his last bit of stored chakra, he released a chakra-powered punch into Orochimaru's gut. He could almost hear something snap. He felt several somethings gave way under his fist, but he didn't relent. There was a spray of blood on his face, and then he watched as Orochimaru shot several hundred yards away from him, rolling several more before coming to a complete stop. Standing on wobbly legs, he paid no mind to Orochimaru. If the bastard survived, then they all would die anyway. Instead, slowly tried to make his way toward his dying friend. His shoulder hurt badly and he couldn't feel the familiar swell of chakra emanating from the fox. Whatever Orochimaru did to his seal was not good, but he would check on it later after he saved Haku. Guess I'm on my own then. Caught up in his jumble of thoughts, he didn't realize there was a hand on his shoulder until it gave a slight squeeze. Slowly turning his head, his eyes fell on a shocking white mane of hair before settling on the face itself. He didn't recognize him, but the man's eyes were so serious Naruto wondered if he'd accidentally pissed the man off somehow, or if he was another of the hidden clouds shinobi out to kidnap him. The possibilities were endless when it came to his life, but he needed the man's help so he wouldn't jump to conclusions. Hey you, make sure my friend gets help. He needs it a whole lot more than I do. The white-haired man nodded in answer, and that was the last scene he witnessed before darkness took him. Lying nude under silk sheets, she silently enjoyed the afterglow after hours of constant, frantic movement. The slight sheen of sweat was helping cool her overheated flesh. No more than 10 minutes had passed since their hectic, almost needy coupling, and she could still feel the small shudders that continued to rack her body. She didn't know what brought him to her tonight, but she would be a fool to complain. Wrapped in a bubble of bliss, she felt more relaxed than she'd felt in weeks. The sound of running water somehow seeped into her dream-like state, and she figured it was the shower. If things followed course like they regularly did, then he would gather his things next, then give her that closed-off look of his and leave without another word. She didn't know who to blame for their current setup, her for letting him compound her into the bed or him for being so damn good at it. She was all for girl power and all that stuff. That was part of the reason she was in the Akatsuki to begin with, but she was about getting what she wanted, enjoying herself, and since the first day he came sauntering into her bedroom, all bottled hate and closed-off frustrations, she never turned him away. Why? When she wanted him just as much. She remembered it so clearly, him striding through the doors with the blonde trailing behind him as if he could destroy them with a blink of his eye. She'd known who he was and the reputation he carried. Orochimaru wouldn't shut up talking about him. Every day it was Sharingan this, world domination that, she had grown sick and tired and at a time hated the Uchiha before she'd ever laid eyes on him. Now years later it was ironic that it was Orochimaru that vouched for Itachi's entrance into the Akatsuki and he in turn ran her former teacher off. She could hear the water drizzle down to a stop in his stepping out the shower. The euphoric feeling that was currently surrounding her started to dissipate a bit when she began preparing herself for his departure. There wouldn't be any goodnight kisses or last-minute cuddling sessions. It was irritating and alarming, this heavy feeling that settled in her from time to time before he left. She didn't like it, she hated it and would be a fool to accept it. Weaknesses got you killed. The door opened and she slid her gaze from the ceiling to him. He stood against the low light of her bathroom, shirtless, wearing a pair of warm-up pants and hair unbound. Even after several hours of him, the sight was enough to send a spike of desire racing through her. It really wasn't fair that she was 7 years older than him, but yet and still he always managed to wrestle her for power in this Twilight Zone relationship, if she could even call it that. She slowly dragged her eyes away from his chest and caught his gaze. His eyes were their normal coal black, not the red of the Sharingan. That was her only condition when they started this, to not look at her with those eyes of his. It could be chalked up to sentimental folly, but she didn't want to be looked at like she was the enemy. She never would have asked him to let his guard down or anything as stupid as that, but for a few hours she didn't want to be the enemy either. He started walking and she closed her eyes, reclining against the half-dozen feather pillows spread across her bed. Expecting him to follow routine, she barely managed to stay quiet when she felt a slight depression in the bed. Cracking open one eye in question, she found herself looking at his back. Letting her eye trail down the smooth play of muscles, she smiled at the small indentation of nail prints. It was barbaric, crude and possessive, but she had no problems with the act of marking him. She didn't know what he and Kisame did when they were gone, but at least she knew one thing he wasn't doing. She was yeah, so what? We will convene in the morning. There are multiple problems we must solve before enacting our plans. The fuzzy, warm cocoon was totally gone now. Completely wiped out by his out-of-the-blue message, if not the dull tone in his voice. What? He didn't turn around to answer her, but merely raised his head so his voice could reach her easier. Naruto and Haku may have run into some trouble. Now she wasn't stupid. With all the testosterone that was constantly flying around here, she, being a woman, easily labeled herself a genius, because no matter the grouping, men were going to be men, and that included random displays of ego and machismo. But what he was saying didn't make sense for a lot of reasons. How did you get that idea? He half turned his head, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. While you were out, eating dango, we received word of an altercation in the Wind Country. It was around the area they normally frequent. She didn't have the mind to look embarrassed or shamed. She did what she wanted to when she wanted to during her free time, and nobody was going to tell her different. Well, if somebody would have gotten off their ass and come to get me, then there wouldn't have been a problem, would there? He did nothing, never even blinked an eye at her comeback. She imagined she could curse his mother to hell and back and he wouldn't bat an eyelash. So they ran into a couple of dumb hunters. We both know that they wouldn't have broke a sweat. If she hadn't been looking, she wouldn't have seen the small, almost unconscious tightening of his shoulders, and when it came to Itachi, that was as loud a declaration of trouble as anything he could have said verbally. We have no knowledge of their present location. That's when everything fell in place and she almost wanted to retract her genius statement. Haku didn't return because he couldn't. And Naruto, the thought that nobody knew where he was, spoke volumes. He was unquestionably their most powerful asset, and his lose would mean trouble if varying third parties found out, but who would be powerful enough to take on the two of them together? Even she wasn't that thrill crazy. She hated sounding soft, timid, shocked. Any emotion that displayed weakness, but despite the voice telling her to keep quiet, she asked anyway, who and how? Orochimaru. So he was on the move. Thinking about him didn't bother her in the least. Just another loose end to tie up, she figured, and since he abandoned her to the world, she had grown stronger. Maybe she would be able to showcase a couple of her new techniques she'd created. She could just picture him staring at her with that condescending smirk on his face and the following look of surprise when she jutsu'd his ass to hell. Anko-san. She was growing frustrated with his innate ability to constantly snap her out of her daydreams. Letting out a sigh of frustration on the inside, she met his dark gaze, and strangely her mind fell silent of any more complaints. We may have to destroy him and the wreckage if they continue to try and stop our plans. She said nothing, eyes still locked with his eyes, that to anyone else were devoid of anything resembling emotions, but beneath the cavernous swell of darkness, she could see something, and even if he didn't know or cared to know, she knew. He stood, and this time she did nothing to stop him. His willingness to actually talk to her was a nice change, but she wasn't going to grab for his attention. She would have been fine had he never said a word. So she watched him gather his shirt after slipping on his sandals. Watching him tie his hair back, she quelled the sudden need to wipe that calm expression of his face the only way she knew how. God, she was such a freak. He closed his eyes, let out a sigh, and slowly opened them once again. His Sharingan activated, she watched the few shields he ever let down slam into place. His shoulders straightened, eyes showing that laid-back impassiveness, and the next second he was gracefully walking out of her room, stretching out into a pose that would give any hot-blooded male a prominent nosebleed. Anko threw off the comfort of the blood-red sheets and made her way to the shower. Her friend wasn't going to take the news lightly, and God help the poor soul if she found out who took him. That was if he was still alive. If it had indeed been Orochimaru, there was no way to tell what he would have done. His known depravity shocked even her sometimes. She looked into the full-length mirror situated behind the bathroom entry door. Frowning at the glass-like quality in her eyes, the red tinge of handprints on certain parts of her body, no doubt from Itachi's strong grip. She looked comfortably frumped. She was glowing, enough to annoy the hell out of her. It's been 2 years, she said, finger pointing at her reflection in the mirror. Remember the mission. Don't go catching crap you don't need. Besides, even without her other duties it would have been pointless. She didn't know what was going on between Itachi and Naruto, but if the Uchiha heir wasn't constantly coming to her and vice versa, she would have, though something strange was going on. They spent so much time together, Itachi almost always beating the crap out of Naruto. Who wouldn't have thought it? Whatever it was, it seemed that only the two of them knew what was going on, and even her top-of-the-line detection skills yielded nothing on the subject. Probably a promise of some super-secret jutsu no one knew about. Everyone knew that Naruto would saw off his own arm to learn anything concerning fighting in general, and if Itachi was withholding something, then that would be a reason for their excessive bouts of violence. She couldn't picture Itachi resorting to anything so childish to manipulate someone, but when it came to Naruto, you didn't have to try that damn hard in the first place. Grabbing various scented shampoos and soaps, Anko started running the water for her bath. She may as well enjoy it, because by the looks of things this was going to be her last one in luxury for a while. You must be Naruto. He turned, tensing somewhat when he laid eyes on her clothing. She was another one of these lunatics who called themselves the Akatsuki, and he braced himself for whatever kind of crazy enjoyment she thought she was going to drag out of him. Itachi had wanted to see what the hell they wanted, and he followed him like a good student, but he was starting to wish he didn't. Everybody that walked around here was crazy and scary, even the women, especially that woman Anko. Yeah, what do you want? She didn't seem put off by his attitude. She seemed quite the opposite, in fact. It brought a smile to her face and an even grumpier frown to his. You're the one everybody's been talking about. You got some guts talking to Kisame like that. He shrugged, absent-mindedly rubbing the already purpling fist imprint in his jaw. It hurt like hell, but he would be the last person to say it out loud. The had deserved the punch in the nose, looking down at him like he wasn't worth the air he breathed. That one look had mentally thrown him all the way back to Konoha and a lot of memories he would have rather forgot. He should have left me alone and I wouldn't have broken his nose. She let out a small laugh and he watched her take a seat, consciously trying to stop his instinctive reflex to defend himself. It was an after effect from Itachi's guerrilla-style training methods, and being around these people inadvertently put him on edge. They had bloodlines, techniques and powers that he could never make up in his head, and if they weren't S-ranked criminals he would have been elated. But as one of them so gently demonstrated, they weren't too much into sharing much of anything. Don't let it bother you. I think you surprised everybody. Despite his reluctance he asked, how so? She held up her index finger, eyes narrowing, her smile slightly switching to an all-knowing grin. She looked like she was about to give him some sort of family secret. You see, Kisame is so strange looking, he can't get laid. So the only way for him to work out his stress is to pick fights. You probably saved somebody's life today. Her explanation was so absurd he couldn't think of anything to say, and his 8-year-old mind refused to consider some parts, except the Kisame being ugly part. That was all too true. He sat there beside her, just shaking his head in silence, and slowly the smile began to appear. He tried to fight it down. She seemed pretty cool, but this whole conversation could be a stunt for him to let his guard down. Then like a bolt of lightning one single thought popped into his head. Who the hell would go through all of this just to play a joke? Well, nobody but him. He gave up and hit her with his full wattage grin. He's lucky he got in his one good lick now, because when I become the most powerful shinobi ever I'm going to wipe the floor with him, he protested loudly, slamming his fist against his chest. He waited for the sneer of derision, the look of disbelief, a laugh full of mocking taunts, but she did none of that. Instead, nodding her head in agreement, she turned her gaze to the sun, a melancholy expression lining her features. It looked wrong somehow when all she'd been doing since she came to him was smile. It's great that you have a goal, something you're striving to achieve. It will make you a lot stronger in the long run. Itachi was only 4 or 5 years older than him, but he knew things Naruto would never expect from someone his age. This girl looked younger than his sensei, but for some unknown reason she looked older than everyone here. Don't you have a goal? Something you want to do or become? He scratched his head for an example and came up with the only one that would matter, like a great kunoichi or a female cage. No. He stared at her, and for several minutes he didn't know what to say. She didn't seem to notice his rudeness, she didn't appear to be paying attention to anything. He knew he should have left her alone. Everyone around here, he realized, was a mesh of contrasting personalities, and he didn't know if her quiet disposition was just one small step to uncontrollable rage. Naruto never listened to logic or theories though, and asked his next question. Why? When she didn't answer he opened his mouth to ask again when he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. There was a tension he felt in his bones, and he felt his skin start to tremble. It was scary for the reason he didn't have control of his body anymore. Fear was beginning to cloud his lungs when she turned her head and he was caught looking into liquid gold. Her eyes, that were once a beautiful shade of green, were now amber and filled with a hate that words would never be able to describe. Because Naruto, my dreams were stripped from me the very day I was conceived. There was no grogginess, no grasping at the last shreds of unconsciousness. When he felt the weight of the world encroach on his senses he was immediately alert. It was a habit everyone of their little group knew. Hunter nins were a dangerous lot, and the last thing they need was an extra advantage. Keeping his body still and his breathing at a relaxed even keel, he made sure he could feel all of his body's extremities, doing an internal damage check. Everything seemed to be in order except for his shoulder, where even the slightest movement sent pain flaring up his neck. He didn't know how long he'd been out, but he knew for certain that he shouldn't have been in this much pain. The Kyuubi should have healed him. Why the damn thing was playing hooky didn't make sense. Dumb fox. His comment went unanswered, and Naruto didn't bother trying to reach him again. He was going to have a talk with his client. Just because the furball was renting his body didn't mean he had rights to interfere, and they were lucky Orochimaru was otherwise occupied or he wouldn't be breathing. He took a deep breath and settled back against the pillow. He hadn't dreamed of her in years, and it was probably from exhaustion alone that opened the memory gates. He was surprised he remembered their first encounter so clearly. After the incident, Itachi had accepted their invitation to join, and he by default became a member of the most powerful organization in the Western lands. For weeks he stayed away from her and several of the other members, training with Itachi and recovering from his multiple losses, until she tracked him down one afternoon and made him talk to her. From that one conversation he ended up gaining his first friend. She looked so young at first, but he found out she was only a year younger than Itachi. Plus, not only was she able to kick ass, but she knew tons of jutsus and different uses for them. His 8-year-old mind couldn't think of anything else you needed in a friend. She seemed so harmless sometimes, the complete opposite of Anko, who even smiling looked like she had something up her sleeves. The more they talked, the more he wondered what she was doing running with a group of killers, and when she finally broke down and told him, he believed that that was the straw that broke the camel's back and shattered any belief he had that there were good people existing in the world. He made to sit up when a hand delicately moved the front of his yukata and traced the seal on his stomach. A reflex, his hand flashed out and tightly grasped the wrist in an iron-tight grip. Abandoning any false pretense of sleep, he set his angry, smoldering gaze on the intruder, more angry with himself for being caught unaware. He tightened his grip, beginning to speak, and she cut him off first. "Hello, Naruto. I'm pleased you're awake." Her familiarity with his name did nothing but raise his awareness into alert status. Out of everybody in the Akatsuki, they made sure to keep his name out of the underground. His name being found in the bingo book would bring nothing but trouble. Countries would actively hunt him for the power he wielded. This woman somehow knew him, and he would have to destroy her for it. "Who the hell are you?" He looked ridiculous sitting in a hospital room in nothing but a black medical yukata, threatening who had to be a very powerful kunoichi based on the level of genjutsu she was using. Tsunade ed an eyebrow at the command. Anybody could see that he was the last person able to give out orders. She insisted on leaving the Anbu guards stationed outside the hospital for this very reason. They would attack and attempt to kill, and she didn't need or want that at the moment. She didn't turn to look at Jiraiya. She could feel his concern over handling of the current situation, and he shouldn't have bothered. She'd played out in her head the various scenarios that could take place and thousands of possible solutions. Here in her hands was a means to combat the very problem that seemed destined to consume their village whole, but it was wrapped in so many layers of personal conflicts she hesitated. She stood looking into ocean blue eyes and waited for some sort of sign. Before she could answer her own questions, words were moving from her mouth. "I am Tsunade, current Hokage of Konohagakure, and this man to my right is Jiraiya." The Sannin. Naruto quickly clamped down on the panic. He needed a straight head to get out of this. He took a quick glance at the man sitting in the chair, his mind locking onto the white of his hair before he remembered his friend. "Where did you take my friend?" Though his gaze was still locked with Tsunade's, Jiraiya knew Naruto was speaking to him and never one to lie about anything. He told him the truth. "He was retrieved by 2 Sannin. One of them I'm sure was Gaara." Naruto slightly nodded, filing away the information for later use. He knew that Haku was in the best of care, and that lifted some of the guilt he felt for not being able to help during the fight. What of Orochimaru? Frowning to himself, Jiraiya let out a sigh of whatever emotion he was feeling at the moment. "Kabuto and somebody else came to retrieve him almost as soon as you fell out." He smiled, giving Naruto a nod of approval. "You did a good job of flooring him. That was some power packed behind that punch. He never got back up from what I saw." Naruto glared at the man. He didn't see anything worth smiling about. He was back in his hometown, the last place he wanted to be, and had no way of getting out at the moment. "You kidnapped me." Jiraiya's smile fell a bit. He scratched the back of his head, glancing at Tsunade for some help, but she was still staring at Naruto, and he couldn't guess what was going through her head for once. Finding no assistance from his old friend, he answered with a truthful yes. It was subtle, but he watched the change with something akin to shock. There was no physical change, nothing on his face to go by. It was a feeling, as if the air itself turned frigid. He released her wrist and settled back against the pillow. "I take it you know who I am and what I am." She was pulled out of her daze by his abrupt behavior change, looking for some sort of trap or setup. "All residents are logged. You are from here, so it would only be natural for us to know who you are." He didn't believe a word she said. "So you caught me. You somehow managed to bring me back to this hellhole. What are you going to do?" She looked perplexed and he wanted to smack the expression off her face. She was a horrible actor and looking stupid didn't suit her at all. What is it going to be? A public execution for the scourge of Kanahagakure? What about letting your chunins and junins use me for target practice to pay for the death of their parents? His aura was warped around him, dark blue, almost black in its intensity, filling the room with his anger. Bring them all, I'll destroy every last one of them and leave this waste of a village in rubble. Tsunade looked at the triumphant smile on his face and felt something come over her. Before she could stop herself, her hand blurred, contacting against his cheek and sending him flying into the wall where he crumbled to the floor. Jiraiya jumped out of his seat and grabbed her before she did permanent damage to the boy. Tsunade, what the hell are you doing? She yanked her arm from his grip and turned her angry gaze to him. Do you hear him? Did you hear the same thing I did? What do you think they would have done if he said something like that to them? He shook his head trying to think of anything to calm the situation. Of all the things to set her off, it would be the past. Tsunade, what's done is done, you can't change the past. He's a different person, you should have expected this. It was easy to put the blame on everybody else. The village for treating him so harshly, blaming him for crimes he had no part in committing. She could blame his parents for throwing away their lives, even if it was for a just cause. She could even include her former sensei for not seeing after him, for not taking care of his predecessor's heir, but none of them were the real culprits. She was responsible for the picture in front of her. Her cowardice, her fear of losing something, of losing somebody else important drove her away, and now. She read the reports, the files listing him as a deserter, some even thinking that Uchiha Itachi killed him. It was a harrowing experience, looking at him and knowing that they couldn't have been more wrong. Even now, she could still feel the hatred he held wrapped around him like a blanket. No doubt it had been an excellent tool they used in training him. She looked at him slumped against the wall, groaning, slowly trying to return to the real world, and made a decision. Her short time as Hokage has helped her in so many ways. Helping the village's youth strive toward their hopes and dreams, watching the elders work on the behalf of furthering the village's prosperity. It helped heal some of what ailed her during her self-imposed exodus. Now it was her time to take care of her own problems and fix one of her greatest regrets. Jiraiya, stay here and let the medical staff finish fixing him up. When they finish, escort him to my house. He's going to be staying there. He could only gawk at her. What are you talking about? There's no way with your duties that you could. She cut him off with one look. I've been blessed by fate. She knelt next to the still form of Naruto and ran her hand through his blonde hair. I won't make the same mistake by letting someone I care about go, and I thank you for bringing him here. Jiraiya for once didn't argue. He didn't have any words to stop her from doing what she wanted. If anything, he believed this was the last step in helping her find her old self. They as a whole could only do so much in helping her with her cope with her past, but this was what she needed. He had no illusions about the task. Naruto was no child. He was a teenager who wielded great power and would use it to end lives if he wanted, probably had already. It was going to take a lot of work, but he knew what he was doing when he brought the stray back home. He walked and stood next to the crouching woman, dropping his hand onto her shoulder in a show of friendship. It's going to be tough, but I'll help any way I can. I think it's going to take more than the two of us to change him. The smile she graced him was almost blinding. A sight he hadn't seen in years, and it only fortified his resolve to help. Yes, for Arashi and Haruko. I will not abandon my grandson, and if anyone has a problem, then so be it. He couldn't agree with her more. She looked around the assembled group of shinobi, organizing her thoughts into proper order. It had been a hectic day yesterday, and only when she woke up this morning did the gravity of the situation finally weigh upon her. It had taken no time at all to move Naruto into her home after all the technical details had been worked upon, mainly making sure the medical staff swore to secrecy. Jiraiya surprisingly had carried the unconscious boy to her home, carrying him like a sack of potatoes, and after she physically let him know of her displeasure with the tactic, it came to her that maybe she had hit him a bit too hard, because even after the examinations he remained blissfully ignorant to the world, not waking until this morning. She had sat in his new room, a guest room she rarely used except when Shizune stopped over and watched him for hours. taking in the changes that he underwent since she'd seen pictures of him as a fresh-faced, wailing newborn baby, often marveling at his resemblance to his father. She noted the forming of angles in his face, the small dose of baby fat that still remained making him look so young despite what she knew about him. There were moments, during his sleep when he murmured names, places she had only heard about in passing, spoke in a language she'd never heard, and she wondered where had he been, who had he seen. They had barely had a full conversation and she was already feeling the huge gap between them just by watching him sleep, and the thought churned in her head for hours, staying with her until the sun rose, warming the room and driving away the last vestiges of night. This morning Jiraiya had stopped by, offering, with a suspicious grin, his availability to watch over Naruto. Her first response was a quick, hell no. Not that she didn't appreciate the gesture, it was the thought that her grandson was already walking the wrong side, and Jiraiya and his unhealthy habits were not the first things she wanted Naruto to take part in. Just the idea of that pervert sweeping Naruto out of her home and taking him on one of his sickening information-gathering voyages was enough to make her see red. He in turn informed her of her need to tell her people about this. It was well within her power to keep it to herself, but somebody was going to find out, and instead of creating a panic she may as well nip it in the bud. She didn't want to, but she acquiesced, agreeing with his statement, and that was why she was here, Homura and Kaharu flanking her sides with the most senior shinobi in attendance along with the more prominent clan affiliates. Nobody knew the reason for the abrupt meeting, not even the council members, but she made it clear in her message that everyone contacted was to attend, no matter what. Sitting down and observing the shinobi in attendance, she didn't know where to start, so she decided to treat it like she did everything else in life and dove in head first. I know you all are wondering why I called for a meeting with such short notice, but this could not be avoided. She paused, making eye contact at random, silently letting them know how serious she was being. 3 days ago Jiraiya managed to bring back a former villager of great importance, and I'm sure all of you would like to know who. She watched for the reaction and could see several raised eyebrows, widening of eyes, and overall interest ramp upward. Not even the council members and their politically toughened blank expressions could keep their silent wonder contained. Uzumaki Naruto has been brought back to Konoha. Nothing. Nada. Her sentence was met with total silence, and she felt a slight wave of something come over her. This was not the answer she wanted. She had prepared herself for the screaming and throwing of insults concerning what he was, but she scrambled to fill the silence with information. Apparently there was an altercation with Orochimaru in the Wind Country. Jiraiya found him unconscious along with Orochimaru and another shinobi who was known as Haku. One of the newly appointed Junins in attendance, Udo if she remembered correctly, looked up, his mouth hanging open in shock. Haku, the S-ranked criminal from Kurikagir. She nodded in answer, and then suddenly there was an uproar of questions. Orochimaru, what is he doing in the Wind Country? The demon child, I thought he was dead. As Orochimaru aligning himself with the Wind Country. How did Jiraiya find him? As Orochimaru dead, she let them speak, noting with some dismay that some of the questions she didn't have answers for herself. Tsunade-san, she blinked, looking over at the elderly Kaharu in question. It would appear that you have us at a disadvantage. It would be best if you started from the beginning. Tsunade tried to keep the frown off her face but failed. The woman was right in a way, and she suspected she knew far more than she was letting on. The council hadn't made it to old age by being dumb. She turned to look at Homura and sighed at the knowing look on his face. There were so many, too many additional points that she would need to skim over. Raising her hand to bring the crowd to silence, she began from the beginning, telling what little she knew, mainly what Jiraiya had informed her of. As some of you may or may not know, 8 years ago, following the Uchiha massacre, Uzumaki Naruto disappeared. From the reports I have read, numerous patrols and search parties never found him. With nothing to go on, he was listed as a casualty. She paused, steeling herself, eyeing the scowling Hyuga Hiyashi. It was becoming more than obvious that he wasn't too pleased with the turn of events for whatever reason. Obviously the reports were wrong, because he wasn't killed by the Itachi, he left with him. Again the silence came, and she used it to look, really look at some of the people who this affected in one way or the other. She easily located the silver-haired Kakashi. His expression was dull, almost lifeless, and she inwardly felt a swelling of pity for him. Since Orochimaru's destruction of Team 7, the Junin had never been the same. She hadn't been Hokage then, but everyone silently mourned the lose of his last lifeline to something tangible, people that were his own family in a way. She could see the parallels to her own life and every day waited for the moment when he would come through her door and ask for a leave of duty. But she supposed in a way she learned from her experience, and that was why she asked Shizune to look after the low-key Junin. It helped that Shizune hadn't complained one bit about the request. Her former apprentice was the only thing keeping him in Konoha, it seemed. There were plenty of others. She glanced out the corner of her eye at Iruka. The anguish that warped his face was enough that she felt it as well. She supposed he felt guilty in some way, blaming himself for not reaching out to the wayward youth. An emotion that was useless at this point and time in the picture. There were some, almost all the elder clan heads, who still wore the look of hatred, angry at Naruto for things done he had no hand in doing, and there were some who hated him simply because it was what everybody did. But 8 years was a long time to hate somebody, and even longer when that person wasn't around, and it was a sad admission to think that for all his years here there were so few people that actually cared what came of him. She brought her attention back to the task at hand and spoke in clear, sharp tones. Wanting to finish the meeting, to get away from here and return home. Today was going to be a short work day. What they did in the interment time is unknown, but it is believed that they joined forces with a group of other S-ranked criminals, naming themselves the Akatsuki. A lot of you are hearing this for the first time, but we have been discreetly monitoring them for several months, and still our information is spotty at best. It was pure chance that Jiraiya happened upon the battle at all. Now is he a threat? The voice was deep, almost commanding in tone, tiptoeing on the edge of humility and hostility. Tsunade kept the shield in place, refusing to allow the head of the Hyuga main branch goad her. He was one of the many that were currently having problems with the surprise. She locked gazes with him, effortlessly giving him the coldest look she could produce. The vindictive part of her wanted to lie and tell him that yes, Naruto was a threat, that he wielded a power even the mighty Byakugan couldn't compare, but she did no such thing. No, he is not a threat, not the threat that you are thinking of. Hiyashi's eyes lost the hard-edged look, stepping down from the silent challenge. He was far smarter than he appeared. The victory was short-lived because he asked, "What threat are you referring to, Hokage-sama?" Her eyes narrowed in annoyance. He has been sealed. Orochimaru has applied a second seal upon the first, completely blocking the Kyuubi's chakra flow. As of right now, there is no way of undoing it. Unlit cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth, Asuma asked, "Can't you or Jiraiya fix it if you wanted to?" Tsunade shook her head. No, neither one of us has seen this particular seal before and wonder how Orochimaru learned it. Why is he not getting a criminal trial? Another one of the clan elders joined his comrade in asking, if he is affiliated with such a dangerous group of traitors, why is he not dead? Her fist came down hard, smashing a hole in the desk. The mask fell away and she gave them a look that almost chilled the blood in their veins. You want to know why he walks this village free from imprisonment instead of meeting the edge of a blade? Tsunade stood and could see the startled, almost frightened expressions on some of the faces. Most of them had never seen her this angry before, and she decided to use this opportunity to make her point. She could hear Komaru and Homura pleading with her to show some restraint, but she distanced herself from their voices. Their fear was going to be the death of them, and she needed to correct it. Before my time as Hokage began, Orochimaru waged a small-scale war against Konoha. His purpose during the attack was to kill the Sandaime, but along with that was to draw Uchiha Sasuke into his fold. She narrowed her focus to encompass the two figures who recently spoke out. That was 4 years ago, and we have sent spies into the Sound Country, but they have not returned. At this point we believe they all are dead. Our inability to gather information on his activities has left us in the dark. For 4 years we have heard nothing from him, and just recently I have come to find that Orochimaru is now capable of using the Sharingan. Not one single person in attendance succeeded in keeping the horror off their face. Everyone in attendance, even the most grizzled of Junins, such as Morino Ibiki, knew what that statement entailed. Sasuke. The answer came from the stone-faced Kakashi. She made eye contact and sighed before she explained. Orochimaru knows a forbidden technique that gives him the ability to transport his soul into another person's body, giving him complete control over whatever bloodline techniques or prior knowledge they possess. His abduction of the Uchiha was to possess the Sharingan for himself all along. Naruto still lives because he is the only person we know that has any information about Orochimaru and his movements. We just recently learned of Orochimaru and the Sharingan, surely that isn't the only thing that has occupied him for these years. We cannot turn anyway anything or anybody that will help us. There was a slow session of quiet mumblings before Yuhi Kurenai spoke, lifted her hand and asked, "Hokage-sama, how can you know that he will help us?" "You all," she spread her arms out, letting them know she was talking about more than the assembled group, "must let go of this hatred you have let fester towards him. If you don't change and find a way to," she stopped, deciding to change course again. "Orochimaru's seal is the only thing keeping him from channeling the Kyuubi's chakra. If or when he finds a way to remove it, we may not be able to stop him from leaving here again, and if we cannot heal the rift that exists between this village and him, then I fear Orochimaru will not be the only enemy we will have to prepare for." Whatever torture technique they were using on him was highly effective, and he would have to remember to use it on the old hag when she got back from whatever she was doing. It was fairly simple in execution. Simply employ Jiraiya to accompany someone for several hours of the day, then watch in evil glee as your prisoner claws his ears off his own head only to bleed to death. I think an expedition into the wonderful world of Konoha Marketplace would do us some good. For the 5th time that morning Naruto turned him down. He knew a decoy tactic when he saw one, and knew the pervert to end all perverts was trying to use him for something. "I know who you are and what you do in your spare time, so go ahead. I won't stop you." Jiraiya deflated a little. The boy was no fun at all. Instead of going along with him to view the beautiful sights, aka ladies, he wanted to sit around and do nothing. Folding his arms across his chest, Jiraiya glared at the youth. "I hope you don't plan on sitting here all day." Keeping his annoyance in check, Naruto glared right back at the older man. "Listen, I could care less about the sights and sounds of Konoha. In a couple of hours I'll be out of here anyway." "You are mighty confident, considering some of your present liabilities," Jiraiya iterated in a somewhat surprised tone. Naruto leaned his head back against the couch. "You're a Sannin. You know that any ninja worth their salt should be able to fight even without certain genetic enhancements. Just because the Kyuubi's sealed doesn't mean I can't wipe out half this village." Jiraiya frowned after hearing the statement, his good mood all but gone. To hear him talk about killing people so readily, without a hint of remorse, made something inside Jiraiya clench up in sorrow. His father had never been like that. He always went out of his way to help others, sometimes defying orders to make sure his teammates survived or that his friends returned home. It was what endeared the man to the whole village, his willingness to put everything on the line for them. His son, he could already tell, was a direct contrast to that. After 8 years with somebody like Itachi, Jiraiya thought they were lucky he wasn't some homicidal serial killer. "You look like him, you know that." Naruto rolled his head to the side, too lazy to do anything else. "Who?" "The 4th, Kazama Arashi. You're the spitting image of him. Eyes maybe a little rounder and you're not through growing, but anybody can tell," Jiraiya answered. Naruto still sat but looked at the Sannin, seemingly sorting through something in his head. "I think that's where I remembered you from. They told me about who my old man was and I remembered them telling me about you. It was the white hair that tipped me off." He didn't know what to say to that. That they intentionally let him know about his heritage and yet the boy never returned was more telling than anything else he could have heard. It meant that Naruto could care less about bloodlines, but when Jiraiya thought about it, why would he, which also made Tsunade's job a whole lot harder. "Look," he started catching Naruto's attention, "I'm not going to preach to you and ask you to help out or tell you to stay. That's for Tsunade to handle. What I am going to say is that this village needs your help." He quickly held up his hand to stall the negative comeback. "I know you don't have too many good memories of this place, but if it is razed to the ground there is going to be a whole lot of trouble for a whole lot of people, you included." Naruto casually folded his arms behind his head, looking at the ceiling as if something was going to jump down and attack him. "This morning I had a lot of time to think and I came up with a couple of scenarios. A lot of them might bore you, but one in particular had some credibility. Tell me, Jiraiya, are you the one that's been spying on us lately?" "I have no idea what you are talking about." "You know what, I think I will go with you and take a stroll around town. Jiraiya did not like the smile plastered on Naruto's face. His nonchalance, especially after the scene from yesterday in the hospital, meant that he was far more dangerous than he let on. He was waiting for them to slip up. It brought to mind caging a wild animal, then forgetting that very same fact until it attacked. At that thought Jiraiya had to smile. Maybe he wasn't as dissimilar from his father as he initially thought. Smile just as devilish as Naruto's. Jiraiya waggled his eyebrows. You will never have a better tour guide in your life. Who else but the greatest lover of lovers to show you the most beautiful and eligible ladies? Geez, I'm already regretting opening my mouth. Grabbing Naruto by the shoulders he lifted him into a standing position. With my good looks, charm, and intelligence all you have to do is stand there and reap the spoils. Naruto looked at the older man. Why did she leave me with you again? Jiraiya slapped his back good-naturedly, laughing out loud like a madman. He was going to be a tough nut to crack, but so was Arashi when he first became his student. Well, onto the hot baths. It was like walking into the past. Nothing he could see was any different than he remembered. The buildings and shops had not moved. The same people worked the same stalls, only now they seemed a bit older. Looking around, noting the minuscule differences didn't bring a smile to his face, it did the exact opposite. He turned his head and found the middle-aged woman working her clothing store, the same woman that always glared and called him demon spawn. He looked a bit to his left and located the elderly man who never failed to remind him that he killed his only daughter and son-in-law. There was dark-haired fruit vendor that hated him so much, he punched him hard enough to blind him in his right eye for a couple of weeks. That was just a few that immediately came to mind, but everywhere he looked he could find something or somebody that brought another unpleasant memory. Like something black and sinister, vengeful, he could feel his anger building up and was glad that the Kyuubi couldn't feed off it. Instead of following through with the disturbing images coming to mind, he kept his face blank, internalizing and wrapping the dark emotions into a nice, tight little ball for later use. It doesn't seem as upbeat as I thought it would be, he commented offhand. Jiraiya had to agree. Konoha always managed to give off this aura of joy, peace, of being able to bounce back no matter how hard they were knocked down. Sometimes it took the as a whole a little while longer to get up, and recently after repeated blows from Orochimaru right now was one of those times. Things have been kind of rough lately since Sasuke's defection. I don't think too many people think this village is going to stand too much longer. Naruto looked up at that, because a one person everyone's thinking of throwing in the towel. His face must have showed his disgust because Jiraiya said, Sasuke was viewed by the regular populace as some sort of celebrity, the future of Konoha, because he was the last of the Uchiha and extremely talented at that. When he left, the fallout from that action was a lot worse than anybody realized. Naruto listened and with every word found himself hating this Uchiha Sasuke even more. The one time he did come in contact with the younger Uchiha he hadn't come away too impressed. Gaara was almost literally wiping the forest floor with him before he showed up. That's Gaara of the Sand. Haku nodded in answer. The reports they read over had been thorough concerning the Sand Genin, so the sight of him metamorphosing into a demon himself did not surprise him at all. He dragged his gaze to the cursed seal-powered Uchiha Sasuke and shook his head. Even as old as he was constantly learning the lengths people went through to gain power. Naruto voiced his displeasure. They made him run all the way out here to save one rank genin who didn't know when he was out of his league. He doesn't seem like much. I don't know why we got to come and save his ass. Haku tried to placate his new partner. You won't be fighting Sasuke. We were sent to take care of Gaara. This is supposed to be a test to see how far you have come. Walking upside down along the tree branch, Naruto eyed his new partner. Haku, where is your thirst for adventure? If you're going to be my teammate, you gotta know when to bend the rules a bit. Haku pushed himself off the base of the tree, walking along its length so he could easily keep track of the escalating battle. Even with the cursed seal activated, Haku could see the end as clearly as someone screaming it in his face. He looked down at his companion, mentally coming to grips with the situation as a whole. To think there were other people like Naruto existed, special people that many of the jutsus in the world would have no chance in defeating, was interesting because he initially thought Naruto one of a kind. He watched the Uchiha get tossed into a tree and spoke, we should make a move before this gets out of hand. Naruto could hear the Kyuubi, its constant pleas to be let loose was becoming little more aggravating. Naruto figured it was because of this Gaara and whatever he was possessed with was in the vicinity, setting of the furball in what he amounted to some sort of demonic territorial feud. He himself could care less and made sure his tenant knew. Well, I guess so. I just expected more from Itachi-sensei's brother. The same thought had crossed Haku's mind as well, but he could understand why the younger paled in comparison to his older sibling. Not taking anything away from the younger brother, because as Haku sat there and watched him fight he could see the talent, but his brother was a once-in-a-generation fighter, blessed with skills shinobi gave their lives training to develop. Be that as it may, we have to finish this. The curse seal is slowly eating him alive. Naruto watched Sasuke and something that felt close to respect came over him. To chase Gaara down and give him a pretty good was something he doubted few people could even manage or attempt, but as he watched the black flames slowly crawl themselves over Sasuke's body he remembered being 5 years old and struggling to reach the little bit of change on his kitchen counter his caretakers left for him. Walking down into the market and having to pick from food that dogs should never have to eat, and as he mentally replayed his everyday turmoil, that small inkling of respect vanished. For him, no anybody to whore themselves out to Orochimaru and his delusional imitation of power was a fool. Maybe Itachi was right for sending them out here because his brother was a lost cause in Naruto's opinion. Gaara sent out a hailstorm of sand shurikens intent on impaling the slumped-over Uchiha to death. Sasuke, now dealing with the effects of using the cursed seal, could only watch as the shurikens sailed unimpeded toward him. Closing his eyes and praying for his body to move, he felt movement in front of him before a flash of light destroyed the projectiles. Naruto turned around and smiled at the bemused expression on his face, and because Naruto was Naruto, your brother sends his regards. To think that a whole village placed their hopes on somebody so substandard, I see why he left this place. Jiraiya suspected he knew who he was talking about and asked, why? What did he do? What impossible mission did he accomplish, or did he defeat some Rouge Junin nobody could best? Tell me, what did he accomplish to inspire such devotion? When Jiraiya failed to answer, Naruto didn't bother disguising how he felt. I bet he had the shittiest attitude this side of the equator, and everybody turned the other cheek because of the blood that flowed through his veins. Jiraiya sighed, his hand scratching the slight stubble on his chin while trying to come up with some retort but constantly coming up empty. It was more than a little awkward, but he was correct in a sense, as detrimental as it sounded. Sasuke had been giving everything he could need to make it. He had people who honestly wanted to help him, friends WHP wanted to become family, and he turned his back on them too many times to count. He could remember numerous times when he would see him, and every time he was alone. Jiraiya hadn't told anyone that he'd thought him a lost cause the moment he laid eyes on him. His goal of killing his brother shadowed everything he did. His hate, a blanket he kept wrapped tightly around himself to keep out things he thought were disposable, and in doing so he ended up destroying far more than himself. Still walking at a leisurely pace, he looked at the frowning Naruto and couldn't help but point out the unintentional irony. Where Sasuke was determined to kill his brother, forsaking everything in that one goal, here in front of him was his brother's protege, all pent-up hate and demon-powered, allowed a free pass through Konoha. Sarutobi-sensei must be rolling in his grave. You're too young to be thinking like that. Your time should be spent chasing girls, falling in and out of love, doing teenager things, Jiraiya said, waving his arms to add power to his words. Naruto stopped, turning around, eyebrow raised in question, and asked, what makes you think I haven't been doing regular teenager things? And at that Jiraiya had no answer. Where's the closest ramen stand? Tsunade sat behind her desk, elbows resting on the top and head pressed up under her hands. All in all, she looked like the perfect picture of misery. The meeting hadn't went as well as she hoped, but that wasn't saying much since she expected as much from the beginning. At one point when it had gotten especially heated, she considered grabbing Naruto, packing a couple of bags and leaving the village altogether again. She would never do it, but that didn't stop her from thinking about it. She wondered though if telling them of his connection to the Akatsuki was a smart move. She would have had to eventually, but to give them one more thing to throw on his back maybe hadn't been the right move, not when his cooperation was so crucial to them beating Orochimaru. The thought of cursing the birth of Uchiha Sasuke and his whole clan was a childish one, but his betrayal left so many people, so many families broken and now because of their abilities they were walking through fire once again. Hokage-sama, slowly lifting her head, she noticed the two teenage girls quietly walking into the room and the smile came naturally. Hinata, Ino, how are you today? The Hyuga air swept her navy blue bangs away from her eyes and took a seat in front of her former teacher. Tsunade-sama, you don't look too well. Tsunade waved the girl's concern away, happy to have something to take her mind off of this morning. You always worry too much. I doubt anybody could get a full night's rest working this job. Hinata turned to her friend and catching the distant look in Ino's eyes, reached over and grabbed her hand. Ino. The smile on her face never reached eyes, but she reached over and grabbed the outstretched hand before lightly squeezing it in answer. Turning to the elder shinobi in their little group, Ino picked up the wrapped package of food and handed it to a surprised Tsunade. We know how you miss out on lunch sometimes, so we brought you something to eat. Almost snatching the bag away, Tsunade ripped open the plastic and was assaulted by the smell of beef sukiyaki. Looking at her two silent companions, she gestured to the plate. Whose idea was this? Hinata raised her hand in a little wave. It was Ino's idea, but I had to cook the food. She doesn't work too well in the kitchen. Tsunade removed the top plate, laughing at the indignant look on Ino's face. She had to agree with Hinata though. Ino's talents in the kitchen were nothing to hoot and holler about, but she was learning and Tsunade made sure to make that point known. I think she would surprise you. The lunch she brought yesterday was very edible. A spark of anger lit in Ino's eyes and she crossed her arms under her chest, slightly raising her nose in the air. Hokage-sama, I will make sure that your afternoons will no longer be filled with my detestable cooking. Tsunade, noodles hanging from her chopsticks, smiled at the other girl. Ino, thank you for your concern. We can't have the Hokage getting sick, can we? Hinata hid her smile behind her hands as she watched her friend turning red. Ino never did like being the butt of jokes, and the older they got the quicker she was to retaliate. Hinata had lost count of how many young, up-and-coming shinobi she left emotionally scarred with her well-timed comebacks, but apparently Tsunade-sama was off limits and rightfully so. And for a while they all sat in companionable silence. Tsunade savoring every bite of her only meal in a very tiring 24 hours, Ino looking about the room, lost in her own thoughts, but Hinata struggled with deciding to break the peace and ask the question that had brought her here in the first place. She remembered seeing her father storm into their home furious, casting withering glares at the servants, barking orders at his subordinates. It was so unlike him, she'd feared he would hurt somebody if they looked at him wrong. The urge to question him had left the minute he mentioned one name, even if it was said with nothing but malice lacing his tone. Though he no longer looked at her as the black splotch upon their clan, they lived in a cautionary balance. He still hadn't forgiven her for taking on Tsunade's offer to become a medic nin. His thinking at the time was that Hyugas trained in the style that was handed down by generations, nothing else was permitted, but she had been weak, unable to help anybody or do anything without falling on her face. Failure had been synonymous with her name alone, and she grew tired of being handled like glass, of avoiding the always disappointed gaze from family members. Till this day she never understood why Tsunade-sama offered her of all people the chance, but she took it, and 4 years later she knew it was the best decision of her life. Tsunade-sama, I overheard father this afternoon mention a name. Does that have anything to do with the meeting that took place earlier? Hinata could feel Ino's questioning gaze but didn't turn to her friend. Tsunade paused mid-bite and looked Hinata straight in the eye, her jovial personality disappearing completely. You know I can't tell you anything. Hinata didn't give up, spurred on by something she couldn't name. He said the name Naruto. Is he talking about the one that left here 8 years ago? And then suddenly Hinata found herself on the business end of Tsunade's temper. Slamming her chopsticks down, she stood and walked around to stare down at the young Hyuga, and where years before somebody invading her personal space would have sent her into a nervous shock, Hinata held her gaze. How did you know Naruto? The question was laced with so many undertones, and Hinata tried to decipher the reason for the intensity in her gaze, but that was a talent her cousin wielded like his genius manipulation of the gentle fist-fighting style. Try as she might, she could only read a slight trace of hope, but she stopped when the look intensified. Focusing on Tsunade's left shoulder, she answered. I didn't really know him. I used to see him occasionally when he would be in the market by himself. I don't know him personally, if that's what you're asking. A look she could clearly tell was disappointment flashed in her eyes and Hinata blinked. Ino listened to the previous exchange and put two and two together. Tsunade-sama, is this Naruto person here now? I overheard father talking to mother about him before I left out. Oh, meet Hinata. Tsunade didn't answer. She walked around the desk and stood in front of the window overlooking Konoha. As Hokage, she was given the responsibility of keeping her people safe. When they were at home, telling their children stories, watching television, maintaining a family, she was here putting in 24-hour work days. It was grueling and hard, but in the morning when they would congratulate her and give encouraging remarks, wishing for her sustained health, it all made it seem worthwhile. And while not everyone agreed with her ideas and tactics, she had her people's long-term safety in mind. And just like now, she did what had to be done. Turning to the two Chunins, she decided right then and there that they were going to help her keep Konoha safe. I need your help. Their meetings were never well handled in her opinion. They got together, somebody gave out orders, somebody would crack a joke, and then they were left to their own devices. One word explained why she hardly ever showed up to these things: boredom. She rolled her neck in an attempt to get the kinks out, and when the right popping noises were heard, she felt a whole lot better. The night before they left, she always slept as hard as she could, practically staying in bed for hours and ordering anything that popped into her head. No doubt the hired help hated her, but as long as they kept it to themselves, they wouldn't run into any problems. Glancing out the corner of her eye, she ran her gaze over her partner in crime and frowned. Usually it was the other way around, but she had the feeling she was going to have to be the one to try and keep all unnecessary violence in check, a role she was going to fail miserably at. If you keep looking like that, I'm not taking you anywhere. The Wyest Kunoichi duo in history must always be at the top of their game, and you're going to bring us down. Noriko finished with her braid before buttoning up and speaking at the same time. Anko, I think men would stop and gape at you regardless of how you look. You have the strangely un-ninja-like talent of drawing attention. I consider it a useful skill. Noriko smiled at the comment. Only you would. She looked up to see the remaining four members of their group saunter their way into the empty room. Itachi, as usual, was accompanied by the former Mist Nin Kisame, and as always they appeared the most ready to leave. Kisame already wore his jingasa, his word wrapped in that special chakra sealing cloth he always used. She figured they already had their plans A, B, C, and D figured out before they woke up this morning. Coming in from an alternate door were the former heir to the Tsuchikage, Yamamoto Michio, and his partner, the shadow manipulating Kurai. From looks alone they would drive the sense of doubt into any opposing force. Michio, hailing from the Earth Country, stood an awe-inspiring 7 feet tall, ripped from head to toe, and even despite that he was far quicker than any shinobi his size should be allowed. Kurai, the smaller of the two, was no less imposing, and since his induction into the Akatsuki, Noriko treaded carefully around him. He wore the Hittite from the Lightning Country, but in her short time there she'd never once ran into a family with his set of talents. That assumption held little ground here when you looked around. She herself was the first and so far only successful product that came from the Raikage's gene manipulation program, and everyone here was an individual blessed with superior talents. Maybe it was his eyes that were nothing but two unfathomable pools of blackness that always raised her guard. Caution was needed regardless, ally or not, especially when he could use your own shadow to kill you. Michio began walking toward her, and she regarded him with her usual icy coolness, blocking out the choking noises Anko were making behind her head. He stopped in front of her to speak. It seems like that runt of yours is always getting into trouble. This time he's bitten off more than he can chew. About time somebody fixed that mouth of his. She pointedly ignored him, but he would have none of it. He was used to being noticed, and her constant refusal to do that was infuriating. He was a noble, and even as a fugitive he acted as such. Leaning down so they were face to face, his gray eyes were playful. I think it's about time you left the children alone and became a woman. Why do you stay with him when there are others more capable? Noriko eyed the 7-foot shinobi, her look of boredom a clear dismissal if you knew her. Tired of his presence, she finally said, "Tell me, Michio, does it bother you because you aren't the one warming my bed, or is it that even if you did, your lack of anything considered decent equipment would fail to make me take notice?" Anko couldn't help herself and let everybody know how she felt by laughing her head off. Kisame followed her lead and his boisterous laugh echoed through the room they were in. Even the quiet, closed-off Itachi failed to hide the slight smirk on his face. The only one who didn't consider it even remotely funny was the butt of the joke, and if looks could kill Noriko would have been lying in her own pool of blood. Listen here, your underage boy toy is gone, and deservedly so. This place isn't for wannabes and little boys. I'm telling you now, if I find him, I will kill him. Instead of getting angry, she waved him off as if his words meant nothing. You try, and the only person you'll have to blame is yourself when he rips you apart. Of course you'll be dead, so that won't be possible. Already towering over her, Michio made a slight movement that everyone in attendance easily caught, but before it got out of hand, Kurai lifted his arm to stop his partner. We have more important things to take care of. Despite varying opinions, our current mission is first to locate the Kyuubi. Noriko bristled at the implied insult but maintained her silence. He suggested we each take a country and search the hidden village. In 3 weeks meet up in the unclaimed lands north of Konoha and he will decide what route to take then. What of Haku? Noriko asked. The return of the Kyuubi is top priority. Haku will be taken care of after we retrieve the Ninetails. Anko wrapped her arms around her partner and gave Kurai the cheekiest grin. Ladies go first and we pick the beautiful Sunagaku. Noriko jerked backwards, looking for some sign of sickness Anko had unknowingly developed. Anko practically hated the country as a whole. She remembered her saying something along the lines of, "It's too boring there. Nothing but sand and dirt, and they have the ugliest men." Leaning close enough so she wouldn't be heard, Anko whispered, "This is the easiest one. All we have to do is go see that woman Haku's dating and we're covered. She has to know what's going on." "Anko, we are actually supposed to look for them," Noriko answered back, sounding a little angry. Anko tried to placate her friend, mistakenly overlooking her emotional attachment in this particular mission. Trying from a different angle, she said, "Naruto and Haku are always hanging around there, so it would be a lot better if we started there. That was where the fight took place anyway, so wouldn't you rather us find them than them?" And she pointed to the former Stone Nin and his creepy partner. She had to admit the girl had a point, and when she couldn't come up with another plan that also touched on the points Anko had made. "We'll go with your plan until we get more information. Depending on what we find out, we may have to change course on our own volition." Anko had no problems with that idea because when they changed course there was always fighting, lots of it, and she was looking forward to it. Itachi was already strapping on his jingasa and moving toward the room exit before he made the effort to speak. "Kisame and I will take the Lightning Country. He does not want any confrontations with the governing body of Kumogaku. You are to move in the utmost secrecy, Uchiha Itachi." Itachi barely turned, but he made eye contact. His Sharingan-powered eyes locked onto the inky, empty blackness that were Kurai's, and for several seconds they merely stood there. To those unused to the world of ninjas they wouldn't have noticed anything, but to the people present the killing intent that came fuming from their persons was all too visible. The pressure in the air escalated several notches, and when neither appeared ready to give in, Itachi, having grown bored with the display, broke the stalemate and continued out the door, Kisame following after him with that same manic grin he constantly sported directed toward the shadow user. "Now that was interesting," Anko commented. She had no idea what that was all about. Kurai moved toward the exit as well, his partner still glaring at Noriko. "We will scour the Fire Country, though the odds of him being there are almost nil. Tsunade is a pacifist. She would have no need for the Kyuubi." And with that said they left out the door. Noriko checked her equipment. The bare minimum was equipped. They always carried very little because the lighter the load the quicker they moved, and anything else they needed would be procured in one of the villages they crossed. She turned to Anko, who was finishing up putting on her leg guards, and nodded. The Wind Country was not hospitable to outsiders, and now that they lacked the necessary manpower to patrol their borders effectively, they relied more on the unforgiving desert for protection. It would be a problem for an army or any small force, but they wouldn't need an army. They were an army themselves. "You ready?" This was the feeling he relished. This is what drove him on a daily basis. The fear that laced every breath they exhaled. The erratic thumping of their fragile hearts. Their faces were always blank, a skill every ninja gradually learned to accomplish, but it could not shield them from his eyes. He was death personified, a Shinigami brought upon the land to weigh judgment as he pleased. The power that coursed through veins felt good enough to be considered erotic. Walking at a steady clip through the heavily forested area, his red eyes settled on their guide and his voice was almost a whisper, "You are to guide us to him." He watched the muscles in the Mon's throat constrict in fascination, the slow bob of his Adam's apple as he struggled with an answer. "Hi, Otokage-ama." It was intoxicating, and even after several years of inhabiting this body he still could not get enough of the feeling. He was feared, exalted as one of the cruelest ninjas in history before his change. Now the difference was he could witness it on a different level, just like the unease and wariness that he could see clearly from the man. "Tell me, are you afraid of me?" The Anbu in question failed in hiding the slight tightening of his spine, and instead of turning around to answer, he kept marching forward, unwilling to look into the frightening red eyes. "We have been informed of your new appearance. It is wise to stay wary around anything unknown." Orochimaru pouted at his answer. Really, was it too hard to get a straight answer? "Otokage-sama, we're here," the Anbu guard suddenly broke in. He watched the forest narrow off before slowly opening up into a large circular clearing. It looked as if someone had intentionally destroyed the area. The ground was charred black in a perfect symmetrical circle for several yards, and the smell meant that it happened only recently. Orochimaru took his time admiring the work, then turned his attention to the center where the wreckage of Kumogakure stood, his robes standing out against the darkness of night like a halcyon beacon. The guard that escorted them bowed before his leader and quickly vanished, leaving 3 people standing alone, or it appeared to be. Orochimaru could still feel several chakra signatures from the half-dozen or so Anbu in their vain attempts to stay hidden. Foolish Orochimaru. He eyed the young Kage, feeling the chakra he was spilling in an obvious ill-guided display of power. He stood back and his body involuntarily itched. He could feel himself growing rigid in response from the display. The need to fight, to tear him apart, to learn everything he knew and suck him dry of every secret he owned almost broke him from the weight, but he reeled it in. Shinzaburo, the youngest Raikage in the history of Kumogakure and the strongest warrior in the Lightning Country, frowned at his guest. "We have had reports of a disturbance in the Wind Country. I took it to believe that you successfully completed your end of the bargain, but alas, I was wrong." Orochimaru didn't like being goaded, and he knew the boy had the answer to his question before he even asked it. "What was the purpose of our deal? You were to kill Gaara of the Sand, yet you come here without fulfilling your task." The smile was wiped off Orochimaru's face, replaced by a livid anger that made him look more demonic than ever. "I would watch my tongue. You can easily be replaced." The threat barely moved the Kage. He stood unaffected, cool and composed. He was the image of a man who knew he had all the cards in his favor. "I think you're wrong. The stone and wave don't want to be involved in your vendettas. Attack the sand and the leaf help, attack the leaf and the stone counter. We are your only chance of winning this little war. Kumogakure will remain strong without your help for years to come." Orochimaru could see the arrogance and decided to cut the snake by the head, quickly. "You're not talking about your only son whose mother you sacrificed to seal one of the great demons of Makai within him. What is he now, Shinzaburo? 6 years old." And just as quick as it left, the sinister smile was back in place, the power wielded by Orochimaru himself. Kabuto, standing off to the side, smiled in satisfaction of another job well done. He silently watched as indecision racked the Raikage, the decision to cut their affiliation off and be done with him now, or hold his hand and play the hand he was being dealt. The decision was easy. He could kill his Anbu in a single breath, and then where would that put them? Despite his claims of otherwise, the man may not fear him like the rest, but he was no fool. For all his supposed prodigal talent and unsurpassable skill, he was just another cog in the wheel of his plan. "You require that I take care of Gaara, a simple matter I am already taking care of. My concern is with your ability to follow directions." He could feel the Raikage's chakra pulse in tune with his quiet anger, but easily ignored it. "The distraction you are meant to cause must be timed perfectly. It would be wise to make sure your men have some sense of timing," he ended with a sneer. Having heard enough, Shinzaburo took a step forward, his very power behind his chakra cracking the ground beneath every step he took. The force coming off him in waves would have broken a lesser man in half, but Orochimaru was anything but an average ninja. "Shinzaburo, this show of aggression is totally uncalled for," he said, narrowing his eyes at the younger shinobi. "You have your secrets as well, but those do not interest me. Your arrogance is what will down you in due time, Orochimaru. Everything is not going according to your so-called plan. What do you mean? Shinzaburo's smile was all too knowing. Your seal on the boy is not absolute. Orochimaru laughed at the accusation, but Shinzaburo continued unheeded. You should know that nothing is absolute in our world, not even death. Your seal can be broken and there is one in Konoha who can do it. There was no need to sort through the riffraff. He personally knew the only person who could do it. Tsunade. I've played this game hundreds of times and you'll find it extremely hard to play me, Orochimaru. The Akatsuki are far smarter than you realize. The itch in his eyes returned with a vengeance and he restrained the need to retaliate, to strike down the arrogant pup and put him on his knees where everybody belonged. I thank you for your help, I will be sure to repay you in kind, he finished with a smile. And there they stood, evil and evil, cohabitating in order to further each of their own goals. Kabuto, who was a veteran in shady business deals, had never witnessed anything like it. They knew if they succeeded it would be the two of them putting themselves against each other for control of the remaining villages, and yet they were going to carry on because they needed each other for this to work. That was the only reason Shinzaburo was alive and the only reason Orochimaru was walking on his ground without facing down any opposition. Taking a step backward, the Raikage gave an unknown signal and Kabuto could feel the assorted Anbu that had been trailing them vanish. He turned to Orochimaru, who didn't seem bothered by the action. I guess this is the end of our discussion. Shinzaburo gave a mirthless laugh. As always, it has not been my pleasure. Do manage to stay alive long enough for me to finish my tasks, and with that he was gone. The two of them stood in silence for several minutes, and when Kabuto all outsiders were out of their vicinity he asked, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru glanced at his right-hand man and in all seriousness asked, I may have underestimated her to an extent. Kabuto, any suggestions on how to fix our current problem? He didn't answer immediately, taking his time to think up a suitable answer. The obvious choice would be to try and take out Naruto, but with him currently residing in Konoha our options are severely limited, but we can succeed. And how do we do that? Kimimaro is busy with other tasks, and with the Sound 5 no longer with us we may have to use someone from the Rouge Nin group. Orochimaru seemed to accept his idea on the subject because there were no further questions on the subject. I take it you can handle things in my absence. From so many years in his service, he didn't miss the hint of steel in his voice, and like the many times before he acknowledged Orochimaru's silent scrutiny. Kabuto rarely counted loyalty as one of his more prized traits because from the beginning he chose the side that he knew would be victorious. Orochimaru was precisely that. Tsunade filled small bowl full of rice, focusing on her task while trying to ease the tension off her frazzled nerves. It was an extremely rare occasion when she cooked, and for the thought to even occur it would have to be for a really good reason. She saw no better reason than the return of her last breathing family member. But her good mood was quickly dissipating. Apparently Jiraiya hadn't taken her words to heart earlier. Not only had he taken Naruto with him, but the fool obviously couldn't even be good at the one thing he did well, be a pervert. Her whole afternoon had been filled with nothing but complaints from outraged women demanding justice. Making yesterday her worst day ever since she became Hokage. She hoped that Jiraiya was more than happy to help the teachers at the academy by volunteering himself for the whole week of instructions. Whatever the head instructor wanted he would comply, or else. Now after dealing with him she was having a far harder problem with his unknown accomplice. It wasn't the act of talking to him that was draining, it was his lack of regard for anything she said that pulled at her sense of order, and his lackluster demeanor only added to the fire. She would not let him control her, and as absurd as it sounded that a 16-year-old teenager could do anything of the sort to someone old enough to be his mother twice over, she was quickly recognizing her grandson's talents in needling her. During their earlier discussion over breakfast she'd gotten so agitated over his preference of ramen over the meal she slaved over all morning. She left the room and tried to find that happy center inside herself in fear of punching a hole through his face. Are you going to tell me what really happened? With a mouthful of food he shrugged his shoulders in answer. One Tsunade didn't like. That's not an answer. Still chewing his food he tried to swallow the mouthful all in one gulp, pounding his fist against his chest for the added push. What is there to say? He peeked. I pushed and he got caught. Swallowing her food, she tapped her chopsticks against his forehead. You should have run instead of hanging around to watch. Someone saw you on the roof and they wouldn't stop giving me grief about it." He gave her an inquiring look before a grin spread across his face. "So the word's gotten out already. Fortunately it's not what you think it is." The woman was carrying on and complaining about the corrupted youth in our village. Naruto didn't bother to hold his snort at the comment. There was nothing corrupted about this village. Despite his earlier observation, this village seemed too good of a place to live. The streets were cleaned, people milled about with nothing better to do than gossip about who was doing who. He'd seen several children running through the streets screaming their heads off for no apparent reason. It was such a stark contrast to nearly every other major hidden village, and he felt more out of place than he ever remembered being in one place. If not for Ichiraku, he would have spent all of yesterday trying to ditch Jiraiya and get the hell out of here. Tsunade cut into his thoughts, deciding to drop the subject for now. "While I'm at the office, I've arranged for far more reliable people to show anywhere you didn't get to see yesterday." "What did you do to him?" "Who?" she asked. "Ero Sennin," he elaborated, pleased with himself for giving the perverted man an appropriate title. She muffled her laughter behind her hand, settling on for a smile that lit up her face. "In all my years, that is the first time I've ever heard that one." He sat and watched her, wondering how something as simple as a real smile could transform her normally dire-looking features with breathtaking results. It was unconscious on her part, he knew, because she didn't think his staring was anything abnormal. She probably didn't know it herself. Being Cage must not be that marvelous of a job. Including her, he couldn't remember ever seeing one with a smile on their face, but with her it seemed wrong. It was something about her that pulled at him, made him feel guilty for the sad look she always tried to hide when she would look at him without his knowing. "Since Jiraiya will be handling a few personal requests, I assigned 2 very capable people to give you a more reliable tour through Konoha." He mulled it over in his head and came to a conclusion. Shoveling, more like inhaling more food into his already packed mouth, she decided to ask for his opinion on a certain topic when there was a knock on the door. Tsunade excused herself and Naruto continued eating what was turning out to be a pretty good meal. From his first impressions of her, he didn't think she knew what a kitchen looked like. The idea seemed too absurd to contribute time to, and in the few hours they talked to each other he'd found out that she was temperamental, moody, and strong as hell. If she were born a man, she would fit right into their universal society. "Naruto." He turned his head and found his keeper walking into the kitchen with 2 girls, 2 extremely attractive teenage girls. "Naruto, this is Ino and Hinata. They will be your guides today." Tsunade felt worry creep up when several minutes passed and he continued staring at the girls. Ino never flinched from his gaze, maintaining eye contact, but Hinata clasped her hands behind her back to keep her sudden fidgeting unseen. "Naruto." He slowly drew his eyes to look at her and just as slowly turned back to her guests. In the split second they made eye contact, her intuition flared to life. "Well, I have a long day ahead, so I have to leave early." Tsunade almost laughed at the helpless look he gave her. "Naruto, make sure you lock the door on your way out," she said, turning around the corner and leaving the 3 of them alone. Now Naruto silently pondered why this whole situation was making him uneasy. He was the keeper of the Kyuubi and an honorary member in the Akatsuki, arguably the most feared group of ninjas in history, so why would 2 teenage girls make him so anxious to get out of his skin? He could only point to their admission of keeping him out of the spotlight, a decision that left him sheltered in a sense, leaving his only real contact with women of any kind to Noriko and Anko. One woman being his sadistic, demon-spawned, sometimes wisdom-spouting friend who was 12 years older than him, and the other was an emotionally scarred, infinitely patient, slowly evolving girlfriend who seemed light years ahead of him mentally. Not a lot of experience to draw from when confronted with situations like this, or more specifically people his own age. Hating the unlucky and uncomfortable situation in general, he ignored them altogether, turning back to his already cooling food. Hopefully they would get the message and leave. Until he found a way around the seal, he wasn't going anywhere anyway. Too many people were already on his ass. Best thing to do would be to use this time to gather information and plot out a plan of action. "You're pretty rude." Naruto figured it was the blonde talking. Even with the aggravation coloring her tone, the sad, almost shadowed look in her eyes matched the slight tilt in her voice. Not too loud or too soft, it sounded too much like Noriko for his liking. He didn't bother turning around to tell them, The door was left unlocked so you could leave. Hokage-sama asked that we be the ones to show you around today. That was the Hyuga. Her voice somehow slid along the edges of his annoyance, quiet yet strong in an unobtrusive way. His silent and involuntary observation only soured his mood because she was trying to placate him. The old hag knows I'm not going anywhere. I don't need a babysitter. Naruto-kun, please. Hokage-sama has asked that we only do it today. That won't be too bad, will it? If she didn't sound so sincere, she would have been patronizing, but because Naruto was a sucker for adhering to women in distress, he braced himself for a long day. Running his hand through his blonde spikes, he took a deep breath and turned around in his chair. I guess it can't get any worse than getting stuck with Ero Sennin. What's first on the agenda? Ino's behavior began to lighten almost perceptibly, and she suggested, we can take you to view the Hokage Memorial. You probably haven't seen it up close, have you? Hinata gave Ino a pointed look. Leaning close so she could whisper low enough for only her to hear, Hokage-sama doesn't want us straying too far from the office. Ino failed to see what harm taking him to see the monument would do. It not like we're going outside the walls. He didn't fail to miss the soft words and unspoken signals passed between the two. So she still is keeping me on a short leash. Why send these two was the question he wanted answered. Unless they were seriously restraining their chakra signatures, there was nothing about them that would normally turn his eye. Whatever rank they weren't very strong, but maybe that wasn't the case. He remembered encountering an elderly shinobi who looked almost brittle in the afternoon sun, like he would break with just a stray blow of wind. The man had been laying on his makeshift deathbed spread in an alleyway, awaiting the clean, cool embrace of death, but a foolish youth had attacked him. In a rash attempt at taking the few belongings he possessed, and Naruto watched as the man performed a technique that drove the boy into madness, only so he would seek death by a rusted pipe by his own hands. It was a lesson he never forgot. Why the memorial? He asked. Ino looked at him like the answer should have been obvious. Everyone goes to see the memorial when they visit Konoha. He wanted to tell her how much he actually didn't care about that memorial of theirs, but stayed quiet. If he just listened and nodded when appropriate, maybe he would get out of this day with minimal casualties. Are you ready? He looked down at himself and decided that he looked respectable. A blue short-sleeved button-down shirt worn open and over a white t-shirt, matching blue shorts and a pair of sandals. It was well made, almost custom fit to his size. Waking up this morning and finding his closet full of clothes had been a surprise. How and when she would have found time to go out and purchase that he didn't know. From their talks earlier in the morning, she was too busy to leave wherever she worked at. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a thin piece of fabric and tied the back of his hair into a ponytail. Lead the way. They walked through the village, and Naruto noted the drastic difference between yesterday and today. There were no husbands shooing their wives behind doors, and no mothers quietly hiding their maturing young daughters behind counters and clothes racks. Without his constant babbling about his legendary abilities concerning the opposite, it was turning out to be a good day. He was getting a couple more stares than necessary, but that was to be expected. He was new, and yesterday they took his accompanying Jiraiya as nothing peculiar. The man probably got a kick out of being exalted and feared in the same breath. But now he was being escorted by two women who must have some stature in the village. They were stopped more than once by friends and well-wishers, and the nosy ones even ventured to ask his identity. He never answered, but they did. An important visitor from the borders. They were such horrible liars. You look like him, Hinata thought out loud when they reached their destination. Naruto had to agree with her but didn't. A couple of years ago the resemblance wasn't so strong, but at 16 he probably was the spitting image of the man. Which, now that he thought about it, was another reason so many people were staring at him like he was some ghost. I've heard somebody say that before, but I don't see it. Ino recalled several pictures she'd seen of the man, and the resemblance was uncanny. The blonde hair, blue eyes, even their build was similar in a way. She has a point. Even though it's carved out of rock, you can still see it. I don't think so. Her alarm bells were going off, and from lessons learned the hard way, and she listened. Throwing her arm around her friend, she said, I think he knows something we don't. You're not his long-lost son or anything, are you? He raised an eyebrow at her accusation and all too accurate guess. She couldn't have known what she was saying, but he easily sidestepped her prodding. I think I've seen enough of this place. Is there anything else to do here? Hinata gave him a cursory glance before nodding her head. This place is meant to be a monument, a gift for the leaders who have helped keep Konoha prosperous. There are no shops or anything of the sort. For some reason he didn't like this place. Hearing tales about the man who took part in creating him always left him with a hollow, shelled-out feeling. What good would tales of narrow victories and reminiscences of unsurpassed strength do for him when the man was long gone and he was left alone? His strength did nothing for him. But the lifelike stone carving brought on an emotion he thought he'd sufficiently stamped out of his system, a phantom longing for what could have been. It was the first picture Naruto ever remembered seeing of his father. Itachi was his only connection to the man, and he was a distant one at that. He sometimes questioned if the deceased Kage had any idea of the hell he put him through. In order to save his village, he gave himself and his son, and while he was busy enjoying the afterlife, Naruto was here, walking through the muck that so populated his life. Were all father and son-daughter relationships supposed to be so warped? Itachi rarely mentioned his family, but from the few tidbits he could piece together they hadn't been close. His father had been obsessed with heritage and old traditions. Itachi hated it being a chess piece, so he killed him. Noriko's mother was subjected to countless experiments. Her father gave her away at the Raikage request without a second look for the betterment of the cloud, so she killed him. Haku's father killed his mother in cold blood, in front of his eyes because of old prejudices, and you guessed it, he killed him. Did families attest to anything in the present world? What was the use when they did nothing but screw up and destroy not only their lives but the following generations as well? He prayed he never saw his father again, for his name would easily be added to the list. Naruto-kun, would you like to go somewhere else? He pulled himself out of his ruminations. His internal conversation would be best saved for a later time, and he smoothed the severe frown from his face. Actually, I want to know what happened with Uchiha Sasuke. Hinata jerked back in surprise. Her shock so great that eyes were almost touching her hairline. I could be considered funny, but his attention was centered on Ino. She stood stock still, inanimate as a rock. Hinata shook herself out of her daze and immediately tried to reach out and calm her friend. Ino. She would have none of it. Slapping the hand away, she looked at him with eyes so full of hate. He could feel the razor-sharp edge of her killing intent touch upon his mind, and the reaction to take a step back was stilled only slightly. This small whiff of a girl was furious. Don't ever say that name around here, she all but hissed in his face. The oddest sense of déjà vu came over him at that moment. You're obviously angry, but that still doesn't answer my question. She took a step forward, and Naruto thought for a moment that he would have to consider hitting a girl, not yet a woman, for the first in his life. He wouldn't have any problems with it, but the fact still didn't escape his notice. With her friend almost pleading for her to calm down, Naruto watched the comprehension of her lose of control hit her, and the weight of the world was back on her shoulders. I'm sorry, it's just... The words would not come to her, and Naruto blinked in confusion when the crystal-clear sheen of tears could be seen. Some unseen force was moving her, and she opened her mouth, biting off a sob. She loved him so much, and he destroyed her. He killed her in so many ways. So many people were lost to his arrogance. Choji, Sakura, Otusan, her words were lost when she hit her knees and succumbed to the pressure of whatever she had been holding in, caving in on herself. Hinata kneeled down and secured the sobbing girl in her arms, rocking her gently. Naruto looked on and tried to mentally distance himself from the scene, but to no avail. It was disturbing, watching her, because in his travels he'd seen so many scenes resembling this, but unlike then he wasn't a passerby but the cause in a way. We should take her home, Hinata suggested, but from the looks she was going to do it regardless of his answer. For whatever reason he didn't have the heart to argue with her. It was approaching dusk when they were leaving the Yamanaka region of Konoha, and Naruto had to admit that the clan lived in far better dwellings than he imagined. Their individual homes were roughly larger than the low-key apartment complex he stayed in when he was younger. Hinata had walked Ino home from the entryway, and he opted to stay outside and away from the whole area. It wasn't gentlemanly or even right, but he was looking out for himself, and the last thing he wanted was to answer 1,000,001 questions about why the girl looked like a train wreck and who was to blame. Nope, not today. I'm sorry for today. She is going through a rough time right now. It's the upcoming anniversary of her friend's death, Hinata said, coming up from the low decline. Are you gonna tell me what happened? Hinata gave him a slow, measured look. The Hokage had never mentioned Sasuke as one of the topics to steer clear of, but his obvious interest in the traitor was alarming. Nobody spoke of the Uchiha openly nowadays, and some just chose to forget him completely. I'm sorry, but that isn't my story to tell. Of everyone in this village, I was the least affected by his actions. It wouldn't be right. How long has it been since he ran away? He asked, undeterred. Hinata calmly kept her annoyance at being ignored in check. 4 years. He was the last one, huh? He observed with an almost humorous chuckle. She didn't say anything, but his words and actions brought questions of her own, like how did he know Sasuke? Tsunade-sama hadn't told them a lot, but Hinata knew they weren't given anything near the entire story. That meeting yesterday with the Junins and select Chunins, the increased number of Junins she spotted walking around the village, and Tsunade-sama's plea for their cooperation were all linked to him. Where did you got to? Huh, she clarified her question. For 8 years you've been gone and you just popped back up out of nowhere. Nobody knew what happened to you. He started laughing and Hinata wondered if she said something unintentionally funny. You're a terrible liar, he said. Excuse me. Indignant, never in her 16 years of life had anyone ever called her a liar. Either he didn't notice or bother to care, because his next words were just as scathing. Nobody knew I was gone because they didn't give a shit. Why start acting like you care when you had 8 years to start? The words were out before she could stop them. What happened to you? Because she was a few inches slightly shorter, he was looking down at her, gauging her as if she were some sort of puzzle he could easily break down and put back together. I don't know what she told you, but it would be smart to stay away. You can tell her to stop sending people and their save the world sales pitch. Whoever you think you know, it's not me. His words must have did a number on her, because for the rest of their little jaunt through Konoha she hadn't so much as said a word, which was fine by him. He hadn't been gone so long that he forgot what the place looked like. Over the years he found that the more effort he put into forgetting, the tighter his memories sunk their claws into him. It was irritating at best and a little frightening at worst. How did they die? Hinata looked up, hating how he was continually shocking and keeping her on edge. In an unconscious effort she was slowly warping back into her childhood tendencies. Staying silent, hiding herself from other people's scrutiny, things she struggled hard to get rid of as she grew older. In an almost defiant act she said, I don't know. You're lying again. He was trying to bait her. Instead, traipsing around his constant control of the conversation, she decided to pick up the conversation from earlier, now coming from a different perspective. You're taller than I imagined you would be. Naruto slowed his steps until he pulled to a halt. He changed somehow and she couldn't read anything from him. Where before she could only see hostility and tension coiling around him, now there was nothing. He was a blank canvas and the wind even slowed to a standstill. It was a warning to her. I was 5 years old. I didn't have a lot of friends because of my position within the clan. I watched other kids play among themselves and wished that was me so many times, to be able to play without any reservations. You were the same way, I think, but instead of letting it keep you down you went as far as fighting them for some form of recognition. She stopped and looked at him, but he was giving her the same dispassionate look as before. You keep calling me a liar, but it's true that there are people that missed you. I didn't say anything to you back then, but I'm saying something now. He was awake for no more than 2 full days, in a place he would rather commit seppuku than return voluntarily, and he was being bombarded with this. The frustrating part was the girl, from what he could tell, was speaking truthfully. It didn't seem in her nature to lie, to shield half-truths in deceit, but she was still one voice against an all-encompassing storm of remembered hatred. Maybe a couple of years ago her words would have sparked something in him. Hinata, what are you doing? She didn't have an answer that would satisfy him because she didn't know herself. 8 years and she still remembered him when others were all too quick to toss him aside and reduce him to lowest denominator. When the parties over his death reached her ears, she muffled her screams of outrage and drowned them in laborious hours of blood and sweat during training. Years after his supposed death she kept him alive inside of her for fear of losing the one thing that mattered to her. Now he stood before her whole, healthy, breathing, but so different from the Naruto that grew up along with her in her thoughts. Her Naruto was always smiling, handsome in his own way. He lived life like a roller coaster, enjoying both the dizzying ups and downs. He could make friend out of his worst enemy and show them a better side of life, always willing to fight for his beliefs and friends. This one, the real one, was different. Like night and day, and it took no more than a few hours for her to realize there was a reason Tsunade was being so tight-lipped about him, but it was still a struggle not to compare the two. Forget about it. Where else is there to go today? Realizing she was floundering, Hinata reached out and grabbed the lifeline he'd thrown her. I have a few friends that you might want to meet. Why not? He accepted with a shrug. It's not like I have anything else to do. Do you always have to be so condescending? She asked, finally growing tired of his attitude. His smile was unapologetic. You better get used to it or you won't last another day hanging around me. She watched his slow measured gait, and against the red of the setting sun she thought it was a fitting display. Today she was slammed back into reality, and it hurt far more than she would have ever dreamed. It meant an end to the specter of a boy she protected. Somebody who consoled her during some of the roughest times of her life. A friend when she at one time had none. Hinata tried to reach back inside herself and find him. She needed to see his smile and hear it was going to be okay. There was no answer and wouldn't be from now on. Tsunade watched her Junin assistant, Kira, trudge into the room carrying another stack of paperwork. The third pen she'd been using today snapped under the slight pressure she exerted by accident. By her standards, young man was sharp because he dropped off the paperwork and beat a quick exit, not willing to draw her attention when it was obviously turning toward darker thoughts. She reached over the new pile of paperwork, snatching the top sheet from the stack. Running a critical eye over the information, she threw it into the other huge pile of paper, not bothering to make sure if it was in the correct order. No news was sometimes better than bad news. The scouts she sent out before Naruto's arrival were finally sending back information. The players were starting to move, and Tsunade was currently working out a way to get the most out of their limited forces. It had been 3 years since the last outright attack on Konoha, and that was not a long time. The younger generation was older and more capable of dealing with the rigors of war, but that didn't mean she was willing to send them into something that her nightmares continually revisited. With the odds so heavily stacked against them, she would need help when, not if they were attacked. One plan would be to acquire the help of Sunagaku, a request that on the surface seemed feasible, but the dismantling of their forces placed them in a precarious position. Their numbers, that at one time rivaled Konoha's own, were merely a shell of their former selves. That made any request for help or reinforcements less than prudent, especially when they would be forced to choose between their own safety and their allies. That left Kurigaka, but they were a law upon themselves. Even in her youth, before the bloodline purge had taken place there, she remembered them being the most closed off of all the other hidden villages, opting toward dealing with their own problems than calling for help. It was a great idea in writing, the idea of being self-sufficient, but when situations like the purge were the result from closed-off thinking, then it didn't seem so great. They would be a last resort, but she knew she would have better luck gambling away her savings hoping to hit the lottery than receiving any kind of assistance. The stone were to be lumped right along with the mist. She wouldn't be expecting anything positive from their return letters. Rubbing away the pounding headache, she felt all of her 54 years. Bone-weary tired wouldn't be accurate enough to describe her current state. For 36 hours straight, the only thing that had been keeping her going was the spiked tea she kept gulping down at an alarming rate. Shizune would raise a fuss if she ever found out, but it served a dual purpose. The tea was to calm her already frayed nerves. The added touch of alcohol was to stop the killing intent from coming when her assistant continued to bring in more papers. They were filled with nothing but bad omens and signs of trouble. Orochimaru was causing a ruckus once again. Already he was making it evident he intended to invade at any moment, picking off teams of her shinobi when they left on missions to other countries. Positioning Rouge Nin within their borders with the simple goal of letting them wreak havoc. Already the reports of towns being razed were littering her desk, and she was hard-pressed to send another team to handle the situation in fear of losing any more people. For him to wait after he achieved his original goal years ago was not a good sign. It meant he had something far worse planned for them, and she needed to prepare her people. Despite the immediate threat Orochimaru posed, her concern centered around the Akatsuki. Even Jiraiya with his many avenues of information had lost track of their movements. Meaning that they already received word of Naruto's disappearance, and were making plans on retrieving him. so she started taking precautions, both for his sake and the village's. Talented they may be, Ino, Hinata, or any of the other Chunin he had recent contact with were not ready to face opponents of the high caliber in the Akatsuki. It would be like sending sheep straight into the wolf's den, an act she would never allow, not even for her remaining lifeblood. It was a normal reaction to second-guess yourself after you make a big decision, and her many years as Hokage there were times she wondered over certain choices, allowing Naruto free reign wasn't one of them. He'd been free for years, doing as he pleased without any kind of guidance, because she refused to believe the idea of someone like Uchiha Itachi raising him. The very thought was laughable. It was a miracle that after 8 years in the presence of someone so evil he wasn't warped mentally beyond belief. Thinking about it, Jiraiya was the one to drop that little bombshell on her. It was another piece of news she could have done without. He was fast becoming the least likely person she wanted to run into. Every time she saw him he was bringing news that would screw up her day, be it those stupid perverted books of his or information on Orochimaru and the like. Taking a sip of her now cooling tea, Tsunade took a moment to calm herself and enjoy the almost quiet atmosphere currently around the tower. She was tired and bored, plain and simple. In almost 2 whole days she hadn't laid eyes on her grandson and she greatly missed seeing his face. In the short time they'd been together she found herself rapidly growing more and more acclimated to his presence, be it recognizing what time he woke up in the morning or knowing when he would sneak into his window at night when he thought she didn't notice. In 48 hours she came to know his clothing size, what colors he liked best, his insatiable hunger for ramen, and why he didn't want to cut his hair without him telling her anything. Yesterday morning, when she took the time off before coming to the tower she made sure he was fed, waking up hours before the sun was overhead to have ample time to prepare the meal. He never thanked her, never gave a nod of approval or any sign to show he appreciated the gesture, but she could read everything he didn't say. The way his shoulders unconsciously unwound, how that aura of barely tamed power disappeared under the weight of steady conversation, all the little things she managed to pick up just by watching him were precious to her, and worth more than the necklace she kept around her neck. It was a slow process, getting Naruto to loosen up and enjoy himself, and sometimes she would have to tell herself to slow down. That warm feeling, the call of home would grip her, and the need to show how much he already meant to her with a hug or another affectionate gesture were turned down in favor of more docile actions, like asking him how his day went and did he meet anybody interesting. It was frustrating in its own way, because after years of keeping herself locked away she wanted to reach out and grab hold of the present. Her kindness was unsettling to him on some levels, she knew that much. Several times she would smile for no reason other than being happy to be with him, trying to encourage him to open up, and he would look at her as if she were something unfamiliar and dangerous. Interesting to enough to warrant inspection, but something that made him wary enough to stay on guard. Other times he would look at her as if he were a predator, a hunter, and she could literally see the calculations running through his head. She could see him forming strategies, working and throwing away plans in case they ever came to blows, and he would need to take her out. It was disturbing because despite her not wanting to admit it, it fit him. He was tall and lean, silk slid over muscle, and she could see his unconscious grace when he walked, uttering not a single sound in day or night. Tsunade, however, refused to be disheartened. If she continued ruminating on the bad, then she would never be able to fix the problem. She didn't know when she would be able to get home to rest, but maybe she could get him to stop by. Only God knows what he'd been up to, probably spent every last dime she'd given him at Ichiraku. It was the only place she could always find him when she went looking for him. Suddenly, there were sounds coming through her door. Someone was currently engaged in a very heated argument with the guards stationed at her door. Whoever was trying to talk to her was not leaving without a fight, and after several seconds when the noise failed to die down, Tsunade finally got tired of eavesdropping. She stood and made her way toward the door, yanking it open with enough force to dent the hinges. She set her scowl on the 3 people currently breaking her peace. "Hey, tell this guy to get his mitts away from me." The scowl slowly morphed into a look of surprise. The elder of the 2 guards was standing flushed-faced, and breathing hard, looking like he'd run a marathon race. Obviously he thought he would out-reason Naruto, a foolish tactic. If Naruto thought the world was square, then the world was square. Turning to the grumpy-faced blonde, Tsunade put a hand on her hip and posed a single question. Can't you do anything without causing a stir? He didn't look at all bothered that he would have been considered a security risk if things had have kept going as they were. Nope. Naruto completely put the two distractions on his left and right out of his mind, bringing the brunt of his irritated countenance on Tsunade. If I got to go through all this to see you, I should have stayed at Ichiraku. On the outside she sent him an irritated glare, followed by snappy words meant to irritate him, but on the inside, she could feel that warmth continue to rear its head, but instead of clamping down on it, Tsunade allowed herself a moment to bask in something far more powerful than any jutsu man could make. Inside the Hokage office, she tried to keep how exasperated she felt out of her voice. You could have found another, more peaceful way to get in. If they would have just let me through, then there wouldn't have been any problem. Naruto didn't see why she was making such a fuss. Nobody was injured. Naruto, you can't go around doing as you please. Almost getting my guards into a fight is a surefire way to have the Anbu crashing through these walls. God bless them, she loved them all, but they were sometimes too ready to jump into their jobs. Since the security was being tightened within the walls, they wouldn't hesitate to use the various trapdoors and swoop down on him like a bird of prey. I'm bored. She let out an inward sigh of frustration. He was needling her again, a daily occurrence and one she looked forward at most occasions. What do you recommend we do to fix this problem, considering your unique situation? The smile on her face was deceptively bright, a sure sign that he had her undivided attention and she was firing on all cylinders. Naruto would have been up to it, but decided veer off the beaten trail and try something different. He wanted a favor, and unless he treaded lightly she wouldn't go for it. Give me a mission, he asked out of nowhere. She didn't even need to think about it. No. Naruto expected as much and had his counter-argument ready for debate. Look, if you're expecting me to fly off to who knows where, then forget about it. It doesn't take a genius to figure out you know how to get rid of the seal. Tsunade's facial expression instantly went blank, but she wouldn't have been more stunned if somebody told her Orochimaru was her long-lost brother. Why do you think that? He shrugged his shoulders in that infuriating habit of his before reciting a startling clear outlook on her life. Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin from Konoha. Some people may consider him a genius and best of the three of you, but the true strength of your group had come from a blonde-haired kunoichi descended directly from the first Hokage. A talented woman bound for great things. He raised an eyebrow knowing he had undivided attention. By the time she was 19, her talents and discoveries in the medical field were well known far beyond the Konoha borders. In fact, several of her philosophies were adopted by some of the other hidden villages, such as medic nins being assigned to all outgoing Chunin and Junin teams. Her sudden disappearance following the death of her brother, Nawaki, and lover, Dan, somehow staggered the improvements being made in the medical profession, but she left such a mark on the field that there was little need for retooling. As of today, there are several books written about her findings, and it is well known that she is the #1 living authority on anything concerning seals and medical jutsu in existence. His voice tapered off just a bit. The only other person is Orochimaru, and fighting through a whole army just to get to him isn't appealing right now. Listening to him rattle off facts concerning her life, as if he were reading some passage from a book, brought forth a heart-wrenching numbness she was barely stopping from consuming her. She suffered, she bled, she cried. Everything that happened in her life was broken down into one unemotionally spoken, fact-filled paragraph by her own grandson. The irony was heartbreaking in more ways than one. He knew her. She could read between the lines and see what he was editing, but he knew things she took years to get over and she knew next to nothing about him. Is this what they did to him? Tsunade thought frantically. Have him read over volumes of information for use against intended targets. Turn him into a walking encyclopedia that was able to recite your worst moments before sending you into the arms of Morpheus. He was neither smiling nor frowning, sitting down in front of her, looking no different than the rest of her young shinobi. Tsunade could easily see him joking with Kiba, or sharing a laugh with Lee or Ten-Ten, having a sparring match with Neji. The thought of him wearing a Konoha Hattai was heartwarming, a welcome visage. Then Tsunade remembered that Hinata was avoiding him today, coming to her early this morning and informing her she had a shift to run at the hospital, an outright lie. Tsunade went up to her former student, intent in finding out what was going on, and Hinata had only muttered some nonsense. She remembered seeing Hinata's Kyoing close on her, almost suffocating the girl in the protectiveness. After the display she could only think it was Naruto's doing and could see trouble brewing, and even before Hyuga Hiyashi got involved. Even Ino was reluctant to be around Naruto, deciding to rather spend her time staring at her slain friends' names etched onto the stone monument today. Where just days prior she had been okay, even cracking the occasional joke, now she was unconsciously closing herself off again. Asuma's visit earlier today meant he did notice and wanted her to do something about it. She was the protector. If needed, her life would be easily given away to ensure their well-being. 5 years ago Tsunade would have scoffed at the very idea, but she was so different from what she had been back then. That was what made this so hard. For Konoha's sake she had to concede that maybe it would be better off if he were to leave. But for her own sake, such an option was not viable, not from the beginning and especially not now. He was candid and truthful. A good trait to have, because if used properly they would incite respect from your staunchest opposition, but as a weapon, words could strip away the strongest armor of someone without lifting a single finger. Ino and Hinata were only two of the people he would end up affecting if he stayed here. Did she let him continue breaking down what had taken her hard work and time to help build up? Maybe the council would forever damn her, but presently she wasn't thinking about the welfare of Konoha. Her words could easily be colored up and turned around. The speech earlier this week was a perfect example. Feelings pushed to the background, she spoke of the danger they were in and what they needed to do. Telling the facts, pulling on that one small grain of fear that all her shinobi had to pull them along to her side. Was she being selfish for wanting something personal to cling to? Some would say yes, but from the very beginning this had been about Naruto. The reason she was presently seated as the Hokage of her home village was because of him. Without knowing it he changed her in ways he could only begin to imagine, and she wanted to tell him. Reveal the secret that would bind them through blood and knowledge, but he wasn't ready. With so many unspoken for years between them he probably never would be. That didn't discourage her, it only added to her resolve and helped her make a decision. Nope, I'm sorry but I can't do that. Naruto hadn't expected her to agree with him. He was halfway to suggesting the idea of getting him a sparring partner, anything to stop him from being cooped up inside that house all the time, but by some miracle she seemed to read his mind, making him more than a little cautious. If you want, I can assign you a training partner or to a team, whichever one you like best. She was doing it again, stepping out of the boundary he initially boxed her in. It was becoming difficult to label her, to keep her assigned to a certain stereotype. She was constantly surprising him and it didn't feel right, that she could keep him on his toes all the time. First it had been letting him roam free, then came her cooking for him yesterday morning, now this. He couldn't stop himself from asking her, he had to know what she was doing. Why are you doing this? She shrugged her shoulders in answer and he suddenly knew what Noriko and Itachi were always blabbing about. That such a simple gesture could be such a significant blow-off when used properly and he had no idea. That smug expression Tsunade always wore when she thought she was right was on her face. I'm the Hokage. I can pick what I can do what I want to when I want to. It's as simple as that. With logic like that who wouldn't want to be the Hokage, he said with a roll of his eyes. Tsunade leaned back into her chair, kicking her sandal-free feet up onto her desk, wiggling her toes for the hell of it. What is there to think over? You get a nice and cuddly target, get a little exercise, and relieve a little stress at the same time. Behave yourself and then maybe we can talk about that seal when you come back home. Naruto felt uneasy at the easy way she used the word home but he pushed it aside and agreed. Okay, he said, a slow smile spreading across his face. The funny thing was, Tsunade had the exact same grin on her face as well. If anyone would have walked in they would have thought they looked like a pair of deranged clowns. Who am I going out with? When he came to her with this request, one name popped up. Hidden Sand Village, former Cage Mansion. Tamari. Tamari, wake up. The annoyingly familiar voice continued to smash its way like a jackhammer through the wonderful, hazy bliss of sleep. Irritation was quickly clouding her thoughts, stopping her from falling back to sleep and she hated that. Smart, sophisticated kunoichi that she was, Tamari slowly slid her hand under her pillow, securing a tight grip on the kunai she always kept under it, intent on fixing the problem. She could count on one hand the number of times Gaara actually set foot in her room, and if her blurry memory remembered correctly, he was supposed to be taking part in a meeting with the council and the stand-in cage early this morning, which left one other person in the entire village who would have the gall to step foot inside her room and make such a racket. A light shift in movement from her spread figure was his only sign of her impending action. Whirling around faster than anybody covered in bed sheets and just waking up should, Tamari angrily spun and tossed the weapon, fully intending on impaling her brother and sending him to ICU. Kankuro, who was used to walking into the lion's den that was Temari's room, was already sidestepping the thrown kunai. "Look her, woman. I didn't come in her because I wanted to get castrated. Really, you're almost as bad as Gaara." That really wasn't the right thing to say, he thought. Temari's eyes narrowed into thin slits, prompting Kankuro to warily gaze at the fan she always used, currently resting against her bed's headpost. He wasn't stupid. She was more than fast enough to grab it and whip out one of those damn wind attacks of hers, so he decided a little backpedaling was in order. Holding his hands up to placate his angry sister, Kankuro thought his pride be damned for the moment. Treat this situation like another mission. Get in, do your job, and get the hell out as fast as you can. While you're up here getting ready to take my head off, maybe you need to head down into the basement and check on your patient. She simply sat in bed, staring through him almost, and he wondered if she heard him. It was possible that the hectic schedule she'd been keeping up the last few days was taking its toll on her. Helping take care of the criminal Nin when she could was taking up enough of her time, but in order to not draw any attention to herself, she was going beyond the call of duty with some of the tasks she was doing for the village. Finally deeming it safe, he took a couple of steps forward before he came to a step right next to her bed. He woke up this morning. Sayo-sama wanted you to meet her downstairs for a talk. That finally brought her out of her stupor. In an instant she was a blur of motion. Throwing the sheets off of her, she almost shoved him out of in her haste. When she exited her doorway and turned the corner, she leapt down the entire flight of stairs. Landing in a crouch, she was up in an instant, barreling down the hall toward her destination. Kankuro shook his head, and picked up the pristine white sheets she haphazardly left on the floor. If he'd had any precautions about wanting to fully give himself to another, his sister only reinforced his views, and though he loved her dearly, he thought she was making the biggest mistake possible. Why the hell she was going through this for a murdering S-ranked criminal was an argument they had almost daily, and it was only her plea for time that stayed his hand and kept him quiet. In his opinion, she would have been better off going after that Nara fool she had been infatuated with for a while. At least they knew where he stood. Former Cage Mansion, hidden basement. He thanked the elderly woman for the small glass of water. His throat felt like sandpaper rubbing against brick, and he was more than a little thirsty. Pushing the small inconvenience of his throat aside, Haku turned his concentration toward analyzing his apparent keeper's words. She said he'd been in a very slight coma for going on 4 whole days. The thing was, he never remembered him being out that long before, ever, but that didn't bother him. It was the very idea, the fact that he'd lost almost a week's worth of time, that alarmed him. With his plans only in the beginning stages, that amount of time was irreplaceable. Inevitably his thoughts trailed off and latched onto Naruto, dually noting his complete absence from his sensory range. He released an internal sigh. That would be a problem, but he put it on the back burner for now. His immediate concern would have to be for himself. He could see no immediate danger with Tamari around, but her bringing him here in the first place was a sure sign of how seriously he must have been injured. Overall he felt fine. The numerous bruises had all but disappeared. The gashes and cuts that had littered his skin were nothing but shallow cuts still healing. The stab wound given to him by Orochimaru was nothing more than a lingering phantom pain. If anything, he felt slightly drained, his chakra still recovering from healing his body's numerous injuries, but even that wouldn't be a concern soon. He turned to look at the elderly woman, the only person he'd seen since waking up. "If you are the one responsible for bringing me back from the brink of death, I thank you." She took his thanks with nothing more than a slight nod of acceptance. Giving him a look of thinly veiled hostility and open curiosity, she approached the bed slightly hunched over but with sure steps, running a clinical gaze over his bandaged form. You are the child our Tamari has spent so much time fawning over. Her voice held such an odd tone to it, a low, drowsy lilt that spoke of hidden power, and Haku consciously made sure his mental shields were held up and secured. He could see no sign of his clothing or anything giving away his affiliation, but being that he was unconscious when he was brought here, that didn't hold too much weight. He decided to be somewhat truthful. I've known her for a time. She released a sigh that sounded as bored as she looked. Child, your attempt to subterfuge is useless. I had an inkling to who you were when you were brought in, and it is only Tamari's insistence that you still live. He really looked at her and could see that she knew the secret he'd managed to keep hidden from everybody for years. Nodding in answer, he didn't have any evidence to refute her claim. Whoever she was no ordinary medic nin and didn't seem to hold any particular position in the regular shinobi ranks. Her age, for one, was a glaring fact that made her an altogether different animal to categorize. From past experiences, it was the elders that proved the most formidable targets. What they lacked in physical abilities due to age, they made up for with unquestionable wisdom. If that is the case, then you know I have no intention of staying here. He began pulling back the white sheets, removing himself from the bed. Tell Tamari that I send my thanks. The woman watched him, keeping her all-knowing gaze on him as he slowly moved out of the makeshift sick bed. If he wasn't used to Itachi's and Kurai's perpetually blank gazes, he would have felt slightly unnerved. Now, he merely felt inconvenienced. It was easy to see she wanted him to leave, but he had one question he needed answering before he decided on his next course of action. How? My suspicions were raised the very minute you were dragged here, clinging to life. Your injuries were severe enough that you should have been dead before you even arrived at this village. She paused, coughing into her hand. During the early stages of your recovery, the illusion technique you were apparently using faltered for a short amount of time, giving me an opportunity to see the intricate seal emblazoned down the middle of your back. Haku sat at the edge of the bed listening, and after her explanation he sat in silence. To think he'd been injured badly enough to release the genjutsu he'd been using for years without fail. That Orochimaru of all people was the one to deliver him such a blow was a slap in the face. His reaction was partly stunted because a problem of this magnitude had never happened before and he was suddenly stuck on how to fix the problem. The quickest way that assured success would be to kill the woman here and now. His strength was restored enough to make dealing with her nothing more than a chore, but doing that would do nothing but cause a scene, one he didn't want or need right now. Even in his silent ruminations he could feel her sharp, eagle-eyed gaze watching him, scrutinizing his every action no matter how small. Haku didn't doubt that she knew what direction his thoughts were heading toward. She seemed too sharp not to. I see, so what is your next course of action? He asked out of the blue. She frowned, the action further wrinkling up her age-weathered face, then just as quickly smoothed out her features. That, child, is a question I should be asking you. It is not in my power to stop you. You have the edge in this inquiry, but may I ask you something? At Haku's nod of acceptance she asked, what are your reasons for courting young Tamari? Given your unorthodox affiliation and this recent discovery, I have many concerns. For a small time neither one said another word, Haku contemplating his unwillingness to divulge such information and his caretaker steadily holding his brown-eyed gaze, lost in her own thoughts. He could see and understand from her hard gaze that he indeed did not hold all the cards. No doubt she had taken several precautions the very minute she found out what he was. Miraculously he was saved from having to answer when the door at the only entrance to the room opened, admitting an excited, but rough-looking Tamari. Startled, both the room's original occupants just watched in surprise, not expecting her sudden entrance. Tamari stood at the wide-open doorway, drinking in the sight of Haku up and somewhat healthy, a far cry from the beaten, blood-soaked lump that he was when they found him several days ago. She could see Seo-sama off to her right, but pushing all thoughts of decorum aside, Tamari slowly inched her way toward the bed, walking past the observant, speculative Seo, and in seconds she was standing next to Haku. He looked pale, almost like the few days away from the sunlight spirited away any of his darker pigmentation. His hair didn't have that constant silky, almost wave-like quality anymore. Almost offhandedly, she decided that she would need it washed today if time permitted it. The stab wound she thought might have permanently paralyzed him looked completely healed. It was a silent and heady testament of how worried she'd been that she never questioned the thought that Haku was up only 4 days after being in a light coma, after almost being fatally stabbed and wounded. Reaching her hand up, Tamari ran the tips of her fingers along his jawline, his cheeks, his eyebrows, anything she could touch to reaffirm his well-being. At the light, gentle caress, Haku closed his eyes, releasing a sigh of warmth across her skin. Turning his head to lay his cheek against her open palm, he pressed a small kiss against the pulse along her wrist. At his small but deliberate action, Tamari suddenly pulled back, her face blanked of all emotion, but her eyes, Haku could see them darken, smoldering with anger. Her voice when she spoke came out harsh and offensive. "You wouldn't be here if you hadn't pulled that preschool stunt of yours with the Bushins." The childish, snide part of him wanted to say that it obviously worked, but common sense easily asserted itself. Tamari was dangerous under normal circumstances, but when angry she turned into a totally different monster to handle. When he didn't answer, Haku could see her fist ball up, prompting him to reach out and grab it before she put it to use. "If you would have followed me, you would have been killed. Orochimaru is not some weak runaway or bandit you're used to fighting." Refusing to give an inch, Tamari tried to yank her arm away, but Haku's grip on her arm was iron tight. "Are you calling me weak?" She pulled again and he let her go, sending her stumbling back a few steps until she caught herself. Looking at the calm, almost serene look on his face sparked her anger, making her take a menacing step toward the bed. This was one moment where his naturally placid features failed to calm her, instead doing the complete opposite. "You smug-looking Tamari." At the stern, steel-laced voice Tamari stopped her forward progression, turning her head to see her elder slowly approach her. Laying a hand across the knuckles of Tamari's fist, Seo wisely cautioned the young woman. "Don't you think this situation calls for a bit more tact?" Taking a very slow breath, Tamari unclenched her fist, slowly easing the tension that had settled into her stiff muscles. "Hi Seo-sama, I apologize for my rude behavior." The older woman waved the apology off, a small but genuine smile on her face. "Do not worry, child, all is forgiven." With a pat on the arm, Seo made her way toward the door, stopping when she gripped the handle. "But we do have much to discuss, more specifically your involvement with certain unruly types of people." With that said, she opened the door and stepped out the room, leaving the two young adults to their own devices. The uneasy silence that settled over them was surprisingly broken by Tamari. "How are you feeling?" He smiled, an instant reaction meant to ease her worries. "I am fine. With your help I have made a swift recovery." A faint twitch on her lips was a clear enough signal that she hadn't forgotten their earlier discussion, but it was the slight droop in her shoulders and not the scowl on her face that got his attention. "What is the matter?" She looked up, their eyes meeting, and for once in their long-running relationship he had no idea what she was thinking. Her eyes were a mirror reflection of his own, stopping him from being able to read her thoughts. "Things are going to get complicated," she said in an almost tired-sounding whisper. "Why?" Haku asked, perplexed. "Seo-sama is our grandmother, Gaara, Kankuro, and I. She is also one of the 3 elders that oversee the council." Haku was never one for the more vulgar displays of expression other people used so freely, but just this one time he thought one of them fit the situation in all the right ways. Shit. The Wind Country was never known for its hospitality. The people were standoffish and abrasive, the food was barely edible in some places, and the weather was as unpredictable as the country's shinobi. The only constant was that wherever you were, 9 times out of 10 you were sweating your ass off, greatly reducing your body weight without having to lift a finger, the ultimate workout plan. There was no jutsu known to man, or that she knew of, that could protect you from the Wind Country's wrath. It literally felt like hell on earth and nobody could tell her anything different. Despite the grueling pressure of sand-filled winds and sweltering humidity, there was a song being hummed. It didn't matter that the voice was on key, or that it sounded remarkably good considering the source. What bothered Nariko the most was that Enko seemed so damn chipper. 110-degree weather and she was singing about having fun in the sun. To make matters worse, Enko continued belting out the song, sometimes out loud, not at all thinking about the issue of stealth or subtlety. "I know you have got to be tired. You've been singing for over an hour straight." Enko tipped her jingasa up, winking at the irritated tone and look on Nariko's face. "I was just trying to pass the time." We have been walking for a long time. Nariko rolled her eyes. Did she ever take anything serious? Anko, the quicker we get there, the sooner we can rest. You just want to run and see your boyfriend. Nariko shot a glare at her, but Anko ignored the younger woman completely. I don't think he's there anyway. Why you think that? Nariko asked. She thought he had just as good of a chance of being there than anywhere else, especially since the fight did take place near Sunagaku territory. Because of Orochimaru's attack on Konoha, the Sand and Leaf were forced to enter into an alliance, as you already know. The treaty was more out of necessity than goodwill, but its purpose was to keep the other countries at bay and stave off attacks. With both of their forces so depleted after the assault, it was the smartest thing to do. Turning her head to look at Nariko's inquisitive gaze, Anko added, with the way Orochimaru has continued gaining strength, any reason for Konoha to withhold help for any reason is unacceptable. If they found out Naruto was from Konoha, he would be on his way back home before the sun set. Nariko thought about it, and what Anko was saying made sense. Personally, she didn't care for Orochimaru. She didn't hate him or like him, could care less if he wanted to cure world hunger or wipe the human race of the face of the earth, but she admired his mind and his way of doing things. Any strategist or closet thinker had to accept that his plan to attack and annihilate Konoha had been perfection in all phases. Choosing the Chunin exam as his entry point was a brilliant choice for entry into the village. That foolish, all-inclusion rule the participating villages happily adopted to invite new, developing villages into the exam backfired on them in a way she was sure they never would have expected. Orochimaru's single-handed manipulation of Suna should also be applauded. Reducing the strain on his own, then still growing military force, and using the sand as if they were toy soldiers. In her opinion, it was another slap in the face to a village that never seemed to get it right. The idea that one man could bring down, not one, but two entire ninja villages showed that they all were utter morons. If not for the old man, Orochimaru would have toppled two of the supposedly strongest villages in one day. Even Nariko had to respect that. How did Orochimaru find them in the first place? Nariko wondered aloud. Face scrunching up into a frown, Anko remembered pondering the very same question shortly after learning about his disappearance. Orochimaru had contacts, hell who didn't in this world, but nobody was supposed to know about Haku's little diversion. The news had been given to her 2 weeks earlier, and that had been by mere coincidence. It's safe to assume that there's a spy, unlikely as tit seems, either on our side, or it could be that girl of his, who knows. Do you even know her name? Nariko shook her head no, prompting Anko to say, Naruto's probably never said anything because he's secretly screwing somebody. It was thanks to years of training and fighting life or death battles, teaching her body to continue on in times of extreme stress, that her step never faltered. Keeping her attention straight ahead, Nariko focused on filtering out anything Anko decided to say from now on, and that listening to the harsh blowing wind was far better than some of the stuff that came of her partner's mouth. Predictable, that's what Anko thought. Anything concerning the blonde was a closed book affair, a fact Anko hated with a vengeance. She knew enough about her partner to understand her hesitance when it came to certain subjects, but geez. You would think with her spending so much time with Naruto she would know how to loosen up sometimes. Nariko, you got to look at the facts. You've been with him for how long and no hanky-panky? That brought her to a halt. Tilting her jingasa so that the strings were no longer blocking her vision, Nariko resisted the urge to her hand on her hips like some admonishing mother. What is it about us that you interest you so much? With your choice of male companionship, I'd think you had enough problems yourself. Anko ed an eyebrow in answer. It seemed like the girl was finally getting testy, but Anko paid that no mind. She was used to bulldozing her way to get what she wanted. I would think the fact that I go to bed quite satisfied is enough of a reason for a lot of things. Tell me, Nariko, you do know about the crater that mysteriously appeared next to the mansion, right? There were meditation techniques she was taught, different ones for different occasions, all for a singular purpose. There was one she used regularly to check the condition of her chakra pathways, to make sure that there was no unneeded strain. Another was used to ease her body of tension, mentally relaxing overtaxed muscles and strained ligaments. There were many that served her well in her life, some even saving her life, but unfortunately there was no such thing to help deal with Mitarashi Anko. She could bludgeon through her mental concentration like some ungodly battering ram. Ignoring her never paid any dividends either. "Why are you spying on me?" she demanded to know. Anko didn't say anything but gave her one of the most condescending smirks she'd ever seen. "I know you'll frustration when I see it, and you got it bad." With a grunt of annoyance, Noriko turned her back toward her front, walking away from the irritating woman and her irritating ways. It was hard to see who the elder between the two of them was. With Anko's love affair of smut, she was the only woman she knew that collected Ika paradise, and her unwillingness to take charge until something extreme dropped on them, she seemed like the younger adult. Noriko was afraid she'd look into the mirror one afternoon and see gray hairs. "Anko, could you please concentrate on the mission?" Noriko asked, now wearing down a little. She could never contend with the older Kunoichi for long, her almost limitless patience was constantly being worn raw. Raising her lead hand, Anko smiled, trying and failing miserably to look sincere. "I will if you tell me what's going on, Scout's honor." The blistering fast power walk she unconsciously moved into was slowed to a normal pace, helping the taller woman, Anko, easily catch up. Common sense was telling her to keep her mouth shut, that Anko was the last person she needed to open up with. For all the missions they completed, they barely knew each other, really knew each other. In a lot of ways that was recommended. Avoiding close relationships kept you grounded, avoided distractions and internal conflict in battle. It enabled you to look at the corpse of your squadmate and feel nothing but the need to carry on and accomplish the mission. She liked Anko. Her no-bullshit personality and cheeky outlook on life was refreshing when surrounded by so much testosterone. It helped make journeys like this one somewhat enjoyable, but Noriko didn't consider her irreplaceable like Naruto, someone she needed to live for. If she had to carry out a task and Anko was somehow taken down, there would be no tears or even a moment of hesitation. It was an ingrained truth in all shinobi, more so with their kind, that you completed the mission at all costs, no matter the outcome, and Noriko truly believed Anko felt the same way. That was why she opened her mouth and spoke. Naruto is a different case. He doesn't acknowledge or appreciate things like and other related topics. His mind is constantly looking for a physical challenge. Something or someone he can measure himself against, and laying up with a woman isn't one of them. Anko looked skeptical, not buying the explanation. In her opinion, she'd never heard of something so outlandish in her life. The kid is 16 years old, he doesn't know how to say no. "I think he's just having performance anxiety." Shaking her head, Noriko stayed silent, thinking of how to explain the complexities behind their strange relationship when an idea formed. "You want to know why I never train with him? I might show him an obscure jutsu I picked up, but I never fight him because it would make me a target." Noriko could see Anko didn't understand where she was coming from and elaborated, breaking down the conversation into a simpler form. "Naruto sees people in only two ways, strong and weak, there is no in between with him. You're either strong enough to warrant his attention or you're not. I think it's mostly Itachi's doing and somewhat his own. He looks at everybody in the Akatsuki as a barometer on which to test himself. Haven't you noticed how he's been pushing everyone's buttons lately?" Any offhand joke or remark instantly died on her lips. Uzumaki Naruto, the thought of him actually maliciously coming after every single one of them sounded far-fetched, but Noriko's words held a bit of truth to them. Naruto was constantly growing stronger, even at an alarming rate, and he made no attempt at hiding that fact. So much that she'd held off inciting his anger when his darker personality traits came out sometimes. "All of this is good to know, but none of this is a feasible reason why you're always acting as if your hands are tied," Anko pointed out. Noriko continued walking, but she decided that if Anko was going to continue to hassle her, then there were some truths she needed to know. "Have they told you how the two of them got tied together? Do you know about the promise?" Anko's silence was taken as her answer. After wiping out his entire clan, during his escape from Konoha, apparently Itachi found Naruto alone in the woods. What he was doing out there alone Naruto never told me, but Itachi knew he was the vessel that carried the Kyuubi. With a sardonic snort, Noriko continued on. "You know how Itachi is always trying to find the ultimate challenge. Well, he found himself the perfect one. He agreed to take Naruto away and train him, but only on one condition. That when Naruto figured he was strong enough, Itachi wanted to fight him. Any location, One fight to see which one of them would walk away. The greatest test of his capacity, he likes to say. That's it, that's the entire basis of their partnership, Nariko quipped lightly. When several minutes passed and Anko didn't utter a single word, Nariko decided to make one more point to drive home the situation. Earlier I told Michio that attacking Naruto would be more than foolish. I didn't say that for some inane reason as trying to defend Naruto. I said it because it's the absolute truth. If they find him first and either one of them attacks him for whatever reason, he won't hesitate to try and put them down, and the same could be said for the rest of us, even me. He runs by his own rules, always has and always will. Don't be fooled by the smile, he can be just as heartless as Itachi. Anko made to open her mouth when Nariko cut her off. The only reason he still remains with us is because he doesn't have anywhere else to go. Think about it, he doesn't have any concrete reason for hanging around. One of us is after something. Revenge, riches, plotting a takeover, whatever, there is a reason we are in the Akatsuki. Naruto doesn't have that, he came as sort of an add-on accessory with Itachi. As bad as they treated him, he doesn't hate Konoha enough to go through any extraordinary means to pay them back. He could care less if they thrived in his absence or fell off the face of the earth. Wiping her brow with her right sleeve, Nariko narrowed her eyes to try and see through the incoming gust of wind. If he ever found a reason worth leaving, there won't be anything the elders or anybody could say that would sway his mind, and that is why we're out here chasing him. To stop him before he does. All talk ceased, throwing their journey into a vague, chilly atmosphere. Neither woman spoke, thrown into their own inner monologues, leaving nothing but the harsh humid wind to break the silence between them. Konohagakure, Hokage's office. When the 2 sentries stationed outside of the Hokage's personal office let her in, Shizune expected her longtime mentor and friend to ask her for help with the many forms of paperwork she was sometimes bombarded with. It sounded unthinkable to hardline shinobi that the Hokage rely on an outside source for help with confidential forms, but Tsunade was never one to follow the norm. She always did what she wanted and dealt with the consequences later, though that side of her personality rarely reared its head nowadays. Stepping inside the cozy office, Shizune could easily say that the sight that met her eyes was one she never would have expected. Tsunade was laughing so hard she was bent over trying to catch her breath, slapping her palm against the desk, leaving a hand-shaped indentation in the polished wood. The sight of her usually dour friend so upbeat was so unfamiliar, Shizune was struck speechless. Finally taking notice of the intrusion, Tsunade leaned back into her chair, wiped the tears from her eyes and smiled. I haven't laughed that hard in years. To think you could use smoke bombs in such a way. Taking a deep breath, she couldn't stop the small fit of chuckles that overcame her. Shizune, how are you doing? A small, welcome smile graced her features, truly happy to see Tsunade. With their schedules so hectic, and her other interests taking up her time, it was rare that they were able to spend any decent amount of time together. The spare room inside Tsunade's home was barely being used now. Dragging her gaze away from Tsunade, Shizune found her eyes landing on the teenage blonde sitting a couple feet across from her. Tsunade took that moment to introduce one to the other. Naruto, this is Shizune. She's my former student and acting assistant head of the Konoha hospital. Tsunade watched the cool, detached expression slide across his face, a complete 180 from the loose, almost open features he had only seconds ago. Irrationally there was a surge of anger directed at Shizune, and though the young woman couldn't have known what was going on, she hated the clean, almost physical cut through the almost familial feeling that had settled over them. Realizing that the change in atmosphere mistakenly came from her entrance, Shizune lightly treaded across the room and stood in front of the desk, off to the left side almost, a good distance away from Naruto. You wanted to see me, Tsunade-sama. Yeah, I did. We got to talk and I needed your opinion on a certain subject, Tsunade said, throwing a furtive glance in Naruto's direction. Shizune easily agreed, not having to think over the request at all, but there was an unease that settled in her gut. Glancing out the corner of her eye, Shizune could see Naruto not hiding the fact that he was staring at her. It didn't seem intimidating. After traveling with Tsunade-sama for so many years there was little that frightened her, but she felt him gauging her, almost like it was an unconscious habit instead of intentional. Turning her head to face the younger shinobi, Shizune gave him her most easygoing and sincere smile, extending her hand in greeting. Frowning at the outstretched appendage, Naruto glanced up, looking into the smiling face of the dark-haired woman. She was smiling so hard he could almost count all of her perfectly white 32 teeth. Probably spends 30 minutes brushing, 1 minute for each tooth. He reached out, firmly gripping and shaking her hand. Uzumaki Naruto. It took his name being uttered for a small part of Tsunade's intentions to come clear. Displaying a sense of perception that eluded almost every teenager his age, Naruto picked up on the minuscule, almost imperceptible pause she committed. He stood up from his chair, excusing himself from the office and walked off without a backwards glance. Exiting through the door with a small wave goodbye. Did I do something wrong? Tsunade didn't look away from the doorway, answering in a distracted whisper, no you didn't. I don't know what just happened. Maybe he doesn't like me. Tsunade used an unladylike snort to show what she thought about that. Don't feel too bad, I'm thinking he doesn't too much like anybody right now. Ing her head to the side, Shizune said, you seem to be getting along well with him. Leaning back into her chair, Tsunade agreed with her to a point. I must admit that it's been better than I expected. He hasn't tried to bite my head of once. Do you think he's planning something? Did she? She would be a fool not to think that he wasn't making plans, constantly reshaping strategies in order for him to escape and go free, but that was part of the reason he had a 24-hour ambush shadow guard and preferably 2 chunins mirroring him during the day. There were reports constantly streaming onto her desk at the end of each day about where he was or what he was doing, who he talked to and why he went where he did. It was tiring and boring, reading over several pages of how many bowls of ramen he ate, but the situation called for such intense scrutiny. She vehemently backed her initial thoughts that Naruto was the key to helping her heal this village. I think he already has an idea of what he's going to do. My part is to counteract anything he thinks up. Aren't you gambling a little too much in this situation, Tsunade-sama? There are murmurs going around and sooner than later even the villagers are going to figure out what's going on. Tsunade exhaled a sigh of frustration. She'd always been hot-tempered, but it must be a testament to her age that now her anger was being accompanied by random headaches. With her right eye closed, she squinted through her left and asked, I've been locked in here for a day and a half. Tell me what's going on. Taking a seat in the recently abandoned chair, Shizune contemplated just what to say. Nothing that was going to be said would be considered encouraging. If anything, it was bound to make her former sensei's life a little more stressful, but if Shizune knew anything about the woman sitting across from her, it was that Tsunade-sama was a survivor. This was nothing compared to what she'd been through. A lot of the Junins think you aren't handling this situation properly, especially the older ones. Your decision to let Naruto roam hasn't drawn rave reviews. Tsunade rolled her eyes, not at all surprised. I knew that was going to happen before I uttered a single word in the meeting. What I want to know is what you and the younger generation think. I don't know, Shizune answered, slightly hesitant. I think you're putting too much on the idea that Naruto might come around and change sides. I don't understand why he is so important. I wasn't talking out of context when I said Naruto is the key to us defeating Orochimaru. Putting all personal attachments aside, it's impossible to forget that he is the Kyuubi's vessel. If we are able to use even a fraction of that power for us, then all is not lost. Shizune remembered the Kyuubi's attack in vivid detail. The power it wielded dwarfed anything she'd ever seen. With nothing but a flick of a tail, the demon rained down tornadoes and hail onto the village, instantly destroying homes and slaughtering villagers and shinobi alike. She still had nightmares sometimes, replaying the grisly footage in step-by-step recreations of that night. That someone was able to wield such power did not assure her as it did Tsunade. Why are Ino and the others being given guard duty? Tsunade turned around in her chair to look out of the window. Because I believe he can pull them together. Not just the younger group but this village as a whole. I sense a power in him that has nothing to do with strength or technique, something that I can't put into words. But why him? Shizune asked. You can't forget where he came from or what he's been doing the past 8-9 years. Why are you so confident he will come around? Several seconds of silence followed before Tsunade spoke again. I was going to read his memories and wipe his mind clean. Tsunade answered in a soft whisper. The first day he was admitted into the hospital, his first few hours of admittance were spent trying to help stabilize his condition. With the Kyuubi's chakra fluctuating so violently, we had to work at healing some of his more grievous wounds. But after he was deemed safe and sound, I called Yamanaka Inoshi in. I was tempted. All I had to do was give the order and there would be no further need for him. A barely perceived nod and he would be locked in the sturdiest cell we have, seal upon seal, preventing him having the simple luxury of breathing without us knowing about it. There was nothing stopping me from doing what had to be done. But suddenly I recalled the exact time and day I received word of how my daughter died during childbirth from too much blood loss, and how Arashi sacrificed himself sealing the Kyuubi in an infant, his own son no less. I remembered how Sarutobi-sensei was almost pleading for my return in the letter he wrote, how he wanted me to come back if not for the village's sake then for my orphaned grandchild. Of course you remember what happened, Shizune, you were there. Tsunade snorted, tears clouding her vision and running down her cream-colored cheeks from remembering past sins. I simply took the letter and set it in the hearth, marveling at how quickly something that must have taken so much time and care to write could burn in seconds. We left the hotel that very night and never looked back. It's nobody's fault but mine that he's fallen down the path he's on. Tsunade-sama, not once has he attacked this village or any of its shinobi. It may be wishful thinking, but I take it as a sign of hope. It's the only one I can hold onto at the moment. She sounded so anguished and torn, like every word being said felt like glass shards cutting into her throat. She stood tall, her back straight and proud, and from another vantage point it would seem like nothing was wrong, but she was silently crying. The sight of tears was so foreign it was unnerving in a way. For as long as she'd known her Tsunade, she had never once shed a tear over anything, and it made Shizune feel completely out of her element. She could handle sick Tsunade, drunk Tsunade, angry Tsunade, gambling Tsunade, but the woman standing in front of her was someone entirely new. What was she to do? What could she do? This wasn't something that suddenly appeared to cause trouble. This was guilt piled upon more guilt, and during the years she allowed it to fester and turn into an uncontrollable monster. And for someone like Tsunade-sama who almost never regretted anything she did in life. Tsunade-sama, when are we going to tell him everything? Blinking out of her internal thoughts, Tsunade asked offhandedly, surprised, you plan on being there? Why not? Shizune shrugged. He's my family too, if a little on the distant side. More pleased than she was willing to let on, Tsunade discreetly wiped the drying tears from her face. If I say anything too early, at the first sign of leeway he'll be on his way out of here, but if I deliver the news too late, it won't matter, so you see the predicament I'm in. So it's kind of damned if we do, damned if we don't. Shizune muttered. In a way, yes. That's why I plan on clearing the air and telling him tomorrow at dinner. Tomorrow. We don't have long. I've known Orochimaru for a long time, and no matter how twisted he's become I still know him. He'd always been a bit impatient, and now that he has enough power he won't wait like last time. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade released a resigned sigh. The sooner I resolve the situation with Naruto, depending on the outcome, good or bad, then Orochimaru will be dealt with for good. Konoha. Strolling through Konoha with nothing to do, the very topic of the previous conversation was trying to find anything to draw his always waning attention for a little while. The talk with Tsunade had been enjoyable, and though it may have sounded out of character he really couldn't say it any other way. The whole time he'd been in her office chatting he hadn't once gotten the urge to sneer, snort, or do any of the hundreds of other random emotional outbursts he was so famous for. It was just him and her talking naturally about any and everything. It surprised him a little bit. It wasn't so far-fetched to say he felt a little calm in her presence. The situation, as dire as it seemed, didn't bother him. He was more at peace than he ever remembered being in a long time. But before someone started singing the praises of his rehabilitation, it had nothing to do with them. He still didn't like this place, and unless something drastically changed the viewpoint he'd kept for years he never would. If he had to pinpoint one particular reason, he'd have to consider the absence of the Kyuubi for the newfound source of quiet. Where before there was always this, not a voice parse, but an undercurrent of emotions that always colored his own thoughts and perceptions, like a pool of darkness that surrounded everything he did, now he could listen to his own thoughts without any added influence. Initially he chalked it up to having such a close bond with the Kyuubi, something that came along as a byproduct from Itachi's life and death struggles called training. Early in their time together, every waking moment was spent with Itachi constantly pushing him towards the edge of oblivion, relentlessly pounding him into unconsciousness with no remorse or concern for his physical or mental welfare. For months it was a monumental struggle just to get up and make it to the end of each day. Naruto remembered thinking he'd just made the biggest mistake of his life, leaving the village with the mysterious shinobi in hopes of becoming stronger. Itachi wasn't the most talkative person in the world. Naruto would spend most of his nights trying not to cry from the feeling of torn muscles mending and broken bones realigning themselves. Without the aid of any kind of anesthetic, he could feel every second of his body healing itself. The pain was damn near torture in itself, but he got used to it quickly. Before the both of them joined with the Akatsuki, they were constantly moving, and Itachi had no qualms about leaving him to rot if he didn't pick himself up. For several years that was how he existed, constantly trailing after the fugitive Uchiha, something he didn't find out about until they were ambushed by a group of hunter nins for the first time, trying to keep up with his superior fighting skills. Had it been just a contrast in fighting ability, Naruto thought things would have fared a little better, but Itachi wasn't considered a generational genius for nothing. His grasp on everything from strategic planning, jutsu usage, chakra manipulation, and a number of other subjects was so immense that his then young mind had considerable trouble wrapping around most of them. He had no prior training, his only close contact with any ninja being the Hokage himself, but Itachi refused to accept that as a crutch. The turning point in his training came sometime after his 10th birthday when he died. Till this day he couldn't remember what happened during his time away, or however he wanted to label it, but he clearly remembered what precipitated the attack. After that incident there were a lot of changes, some good, a lot of them bad. A week later during training he was able to mentally grasp techniques he previously couldn't understand. Strategies and concepts that were meticulously drilled into him were easily incorporated into the initial fighting style Itachi had taught him. Though he was still struggling to keep up with the genius Uchiha, by maintaining an almost inconceivable level of awareness he was able to systematically think ahead several moves, almost plotting out attacks whole seconds ahead of time before his body would enact his mental commands. Through the many weeks that followed he was always reassessing his abilities, adapting the style of Itachi's teaching to something more suiting his preferences. His main advantage in combat would always be his strength and deep well of chakra. So he utilized those 2 points as best he could, inventing sometimes insane ways to use jutsus. And while he was reinventing his fighting style, his personality or demeanor was warping into something completely unrecognizable. But he remembered small differences that were making themselves more apparent the more he looked for them. Before dying he'd never gotten into a confrontation with Itachi, because the Uchiha wouldn't have answered or cared. He was suddenly quick to become angered. If he didn't learn something on the first try he would become frustrated and lash out at anything in the vicinity. When previously they always avoided roaming nin groups he would foolishly challenge them, taking on teams of 4 or 5 skilled ninjas, and through it all, Edic never corrected him. Just stoically watched him morph into an angry, hate-filled vessel. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months, and his behavior never bettered. Where others would have left him to his own devices, Itachi's infinite patience never withered. He continued to teach him, and whatever messes he got himself in he would have to get himself out. That was what their relationship degenerated into, not that they had much of one in the beginning. Itachi's form of reprimand finally landed upon him when he foolishly challenged his supposed guardian, a play out of the old student kills the teacher routine. That was nothing out of the ordinary because he was always told to fight with the intent to kill, otherwise he would be killed, but this time was different. He drew upon the hatred of the Kyuubi, listened to its whispers, embracing the tainted energy it represented. It was a rush, feeling so much unbridled power. He suddenly had the ability to level villages single-handedly. The red haze of chakra that surrounded him could kill a lesser shinobi itself. There was unknown information being poured into his head, knowledge of languages he'd never learned himself, pictures of civilizations that had been extinct for hundreds of years, breathtaking battles with creatures only thought of in childish imaginations. None of that prevented the almost burning hatred he felt, the black swell of destruction that lunged itself into his throat and screamed to be let loose. The need to kill his sensei shadowed everything he thought, and he was powerless to think otherwise. So they fought, and during the confrontation his own self blacked out, too much information pouring through his head at once, too much screaming from the Kyuubi and his own voice to separate the two. It was a cacophony of noise inside his head, and the only place he could go for any peace was deeper into himself. He woke up lying on his back near a riverbed, bloodied and drop dead tired. There was no recognition of his location or how he got there. He didn't even recall how he ended up in such a bad shape. Looking around for some sort of explanation, he found Itachi standing above him to his left. His clothing was as immaculate as ever, not a hair out of place, but for the first time since meeting the recluse he looked angry. Catching his waking, Itachi walked over to his spot in the grass and in a tone brooking no argument said, "If you allow yourself to be led like a dog, I will not hesitate to put you down. I have no need for a weak-minded fool unable to control that which he is." That had been it. He only needed to be told once, and he made a concerted effort not to let it happen again. But the problem with that line of thought was the Kyuubi wasn't going to simply lie down and keep quiet after remaining dormant for so many years. He could restrict some of the flow of chakra he siphoned from the Kyuubi. Similar to a water faucet turned halfway on, there was always a tangible essence of the Kyuubi's chakra mixed into his. The voice and thoughts of the Kyuubi itself was an entirely different matter. His tenant was always talking, making inane comments about everything from how much he despised human beings in general to how much he hated ramen, even if he never tasted the stuff in the first place. Over the years he'd gotten used to it, sometimes even deferring to the furball for information concerning a number of topics when Itachi wasn't able to help, but that was as far as they ever got along. Their relationship was based on give and take, the two of them battling for dominance, and oftentimes these sessions crossed over into dangerous territories. Times when the influence of the Kyuubi reached its apex would prompt him find means of releasing the destructive force before it ate him alive. The fight with Orochimaru was a perfect example of the Kyuubi displaying his need for control. You would think with the Yondaime's seal in place none of this would be a concern, but that was a lie. The very nature of the seal was to stop the power of the Kyuubi from destroying him internally, nothing more. Just being born into the world and having a mythical god beast with unlimited chakra sealed inside of him, there was no way he would have survived a single second without some form of block to stop the evil chakra from killing him and probably everyone inside the village at that time. Then the question now was, who was he really? Without any malicious undertones or snide posturing from the Kyuubi, was this present him the one that he'd lost all those years ago when he accepted the demon's plea for help in annihilating his sensei? He felt no different. He was still the highly trained weapon forged from Itachi's hard teachings. The blood stained on his hands didn't suddenly disappear. At the basest of levels he was still the same man he was before Orochimaru fucked up his seal beyond his grasp to fix. But why did he feel so free? Was the burden of bearing such power so great that he didn't even notice his apparent change? Raising his hand for inspection, Naruto found the light purple nail polish scratched and flaked. It didn't bother him, because he never did like painting his nails. No man, royalty or not, should be painting his nails in his less than humble opinion. It was nice, having the ability to freely chatter away about anything he so desired without the need for snappy retorts, and like a starving man given free rein over a buffet he feasted on the silence. Makes you wonder why the hell I'd want him back so much. Hey, Naruto stopped, turning his head a little to see two teenage boys making a beeline straight towards him. Both were wearing the regulation Chunin uniform, and that's about where the similarities ended. The first thing that caught his attention was the dog that followed after one of them, a marker meaning that Chunin belonged to the Inazaka clan. The dog wasn't particularly big, standing just about knee height, but Naruto doubted it was through growing if the mutt was anything like the others in his clan. Its owner was sharp-eyed, twin tattoos trailing down the side of his cheeks, and he had the wildest mane of hair Naruto had seen in a long time. The Chunin was giving him a look of thinly veiled hostility, and Naruto wondered what the hell happened to put him so on edge. True, he must have gotten word of who and what he was, but Naruto knew the difference between someone hating him for his allegiances and hating him for being him. First impressions of the Inazaka's companion weren't pretty. Hair severely tugged back into a ponytail, the teen was walking in what looked like a permanent slouch. Hands stuffed in his pockets, uniform looking he'd gotten it fresh out the dryer. Indeed, at first glance he looked nothing more than a lazy bum, but his eyes told another story entirely. The old lady Tsunade, she knew pain. Life must have been a very unpleasant ideal for the woman because it echoed in every action she did. This kid wasn't there yet, but he was getting there. He still held the veil of youth to hide under, but Naruto could see him walking down that same line, and soon. Almost ironically, he thought of the blonde-haired girl he met on his first day. She resembled him, only in the fact that both of them seemed burned by guilt, or anger. He didn't know enough to make conclusions, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't a little curious. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, almost growling out an answer. Kiba snapped out, "We're here to play babysitter. Seems you can't be alone too long or somebody's going to try and skin your ass." No more than 2 seconds in his company and Naruto already didn't like him. Mockingly raising an eyebrow, Naruto said, "Look here. Maybe you didn't get the memo, but I can kick your ass and enjoy doing it. So maybe you need to turn around and come at me a different way." His taunt seemed to piss the boy off even more, prompting the poodle he had with him to start growling along with its master. "Look here, I don't care who you are, nobody hurts Hinata and gets away with it." "Who?" For a second that brought Kiba to a pause, but only for a second. He mentally charged forward, forgetting that he wasn't supposed to be antagonizing the prisoner. "Whatever, I know you remember her because she damn sure remembered you. I don't know what you did, but she hasn't been the same since meeting you." Hinata. Hinata. Who the he? Oh. The Hyuga girl. That solved the first question, but that also made him wonder what was the problem on both accounts. He didn't recall getting into an altercation, verbal or otherwise, of any significance with the girl. Her perusing into his past had irritated him and he let her know such, but they parted on amicable terms. So what did that make this clown standing in front of him her angry boyfriend? He seriously doubted that. "Did you actually ask her what happened?" Rant stopped full halt. Kiba eyed the blonde in incredulous disbelief. Did he ask her what happened? No, but he'd known her long enough to tell when something was bothering her. He was being truthful when he said that after her turn of guard duty she took a step back into her old personality. Not maintaining eye contact, going off on her own without the team, speaking too quietly to hear. If he hadn't found out Ino's odd behavior coincided with Hinata's, then he wouldn't have put 2 and 2 together. "You didn't, did you? You were starting to annoy me," Kiba barked out, not at all happy of being put out. Shikamaru never batted an eyelash through the whole argument. Expecting it to get out of hand, he'd stood off by the side and just waited to play damage control. The reports he read over before his current duty this morning had detailed everything he needed to know about their prisoner, and he thought he had a decent enough grasp on the subject to do his job properly. The notes they'd left for him yesterday to read over were as extensive as anything he'd ever seen. For Naruto's 4 days in Konoha there were 2 volumes of information detailed on everything he did. But even after all that reading, what he didn't understand was why someone as dangerous as Naruto was supposed to be allowed to roam around freely. There were rumors going around that he used to live here in Konoha. Shikamaru didn't remember seeing him once in his whole lifetime, but if he left earlier in his childhood then that was to be expected. He could barely remember his last birthday, let alone recognize someone 8 years removed from his home. "Kiba, maybe you need to lay off for a while. We got all afternoon and working yourself into exhaustion is not a smart thing to do." Not wanting to admit his logic behind the statement, Kiba frowned. "Since you 2 are supposed to follow me around, why not begin the day at Ichiraku?" Naruto asked. Shikamaru looked incredulous. "Do you eat anything but that stuff?" Pretending to think over it for a moment, Naruto shook his head no. "Not really, and why would I? It's the best food group in the world." From the reports he gathered, Uzumaki Naruto was a dangerous person, someone he needed to watch carefully, and right along with that was the thought that Naruto was a complete moron. But Shikamaru had never been a fool. Lazy as he could be, he was always paying attention to the world around him, and that character trait pointed out that Naruto's eyes were too sharp to take lightly, his attitude too jovial for someone that was for all purposes contained besides their will. Taciturn ninja littered Konoha. There had been Sasuke, there was Neji, Kakashi, Kurenai, the count was endless. To see such a drastic flip of the coin made him edgy. "What the hell are you waiting for? Come on, there's a sale going on." It didn't take a lot of common sense to see this day would be more trouble than he needed. The end. Now we will see you in next video.